Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. It's good to be back streaming again. Just gonna get a few things finished up here. Alright. But yeah, I'm excited. It's the game is open up to you guys now. It is public. And because of that, I just wanted to do a little bit of streaming here. Hopefully the mod holds up here. It's live streaming. It tends to crash from time to time, being a mod and whatnot. But we'll see how it goes. So depending on how often it crashes and whatnot may determine how long I stream. But I'm hoping we'll get quite a few people from the mods Discord to come in, and I mean, I'll repeat it from time to time in the stream depending on when and if more people come in. But if you have any questions regarding the mod, feel free to ask. I'm, obviously at this point I can answer any question you may have, and I'll do my best to answer it. So without further ado, we're going to do the War of the Ring. And we're going to play as the Elves of Lothlorien. The campaign objectives for the elves don't really matter in my opinion. Whether you do a short campaign or long campaign, I mean, it's just not that big of a deal. So, yeah, it just doesn't really matter. I do play on hard. It's not, in my opinion, it's not like Divide and Conquer where they base it around very hard difficulty, or so they claim. In the grand scheme of things, in terms of battle difficulties, because I see the topic of discussion a lot across a lot of Total War games. At the end of the day, play the difficulty that makes the game fun for you. Don't play a difficulty just because someone tells you that you need to play a certain difficulty. I've ran into that in certain games, in certain scenarios where I was unfamiliar with the game, and so I just asked for some feedback, and all I was told was, well, if you don't play on this difficulty, then you're doing it wrong. I think that's a bunch of shit, in my opinion. If games are meant to be fun, and if you're not having fun, that's defeating the purpose. So for that reason, I play on this difficulty. And so yeah, without further ado, let's just jump on in. I don't do battle time limit because I don't like it being used against me, and I don't like using that as a reason that I can win against the AI either. And then I don't follow characters just because having a lot of line of sight in the mod now, it just leads to more crashing opportunities and whatnot. So let's just jump on in. But I do appreciate those who are already here on the stream. I hope you're excited. Sorry, I'm going to eat a little bit of a snack here. Maybe. But I'm on my third cup of coffee. I'm feeling pretty good, and I'm really excited that you guys have your hands on it. I do apologize if you hear some pattering in the back. That's just my dog Cash, but he's usually pretty quiet. Okay. Alright, what to do? Now, we're gonna go for Amon Gastel first. I think that's how you say that. Oh, I need to adjust the volume. Sorry, I adjusted the volume for my videos just so you guys can hear me talk a little more. But I will turn it back up. Because the Elven soundtrack is pretty cool. If it's too loud for you guys, just let me know and I can adjust it. Or if you can't hear it. But okay. Growth is not a problem here, so let's start taxing it. That'll help with our income as well. But then here, I actually want to make Serene Amroth my capital because it's more centralized. And just I plan to go west first as well. If you guys have seen my faction guide that I released yesterday, I talked about how after your initial kind of early expansion here, you can either go west and take out Moria or go east to Dol Guldur. And the Orc Rebel they kind of just annoy you from time to time, whereas Dol Guldur just kind of sit there and it's kind of passive. So plus going west allows you to trade with the Free People and potentially Rivendell or the Noldor Elves. So with that being said, let's move towards the Amon Gastel here, and yep, we'll double click there. Good. And we can actually bring all of these units out. We'll lower it just for a turn. But in terms of buildings, we need to build walls here just because in case the Orc Rebel do come down here, they'll actually have to besiege the settlement and not just be able to attack it straight away. We do need to recruit a unit of archers there just to have a garrison there, but also just to get more archers because archers, if I look at the basic archers, which the Elven archer here is like the low tier archer unit, really good unit. Tons of missile damage, tons of ammo, and really good range. These go really well even in the later stages of the campaign. Plus they have higher entity numbers, whereas even though the Galadrim Sentinels do look better and do have more or like better stats, they only have 60 units per unit. So I'm kind of conflicted. I've thought about like later on I definitely want the better units, especially for the just kind of this cinematic to have, you know, a Galadrim army, but they just have so few numbers. But alright, we got walls there, we're recruiting there. Serene Amroth. Want to build the Elven training field so I can recruit more archers. And then Karis Gladhorn or Gladhorn. Our economy is fine now. Really what we need is to get our military set up first. Especially because if we look at the building tree, I really want to get the vanguards. The vanguards just hold the lines so much better than the Galadrim swords, and we need our archers to be able to, you know, use their ammo as much as possible. Yeah, I've had them come out and attack this army, which these troops here are just absolute garbage. So if they try to do that, they will lose, and we'll be fine there. I need to recruit a spy. And in terms of diplomacy, we're already. Let's trade with them. They should. Okay. They don't want. That's weird. I've never actually had them not accept that, so that's different. But whatever. I'm gonna save it pretty frequently, and I think that's all we can do for the first turn. But yeah, well, excuse me. Welcome everyone who's popping into the stream. Hey Anon, welcome man. He says, "What race are the rebels in the valley north of you?" And Dak, they are the Northmen. It's just a regular rebel. It's just rebels. Like I think it's like Beorn's faction is there in Dak. That is not a thing here. The Free People, like Aragorn, or not Aragorn's faction, but the Free People own like Beorn's halls technically. Alright, let's move on. Yep, good. And yeah, we'll manually fight it. But yeah, I know some of you may be new to the stream and channel, so welcome. It's good to have you guys here. feel free to ask questions. I know you may just want to watch, and that's totally fine if you want to do that as well. But definitely, if you have a question, I know the game hasn't been out too long for you guys to play, but you know, if you have any questions on how, you know, military-wise, buildings, economy, feel free to ask away. I will do my best to answer it. And because, I mean, really, now that you guys have access to it, I want to be able to help you guys as much as possible. In terms of, you know, if there's some things you don't understand how it works, or you're struggling from here and there, which I know it will take a few days maybe for you guys to start running into things, but always feel free to, you know, in live streams to ask a question, or on the VODs later on, because really, if you're new and watching the stream today, one, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Hope you'll like it enough. You'll subscribe to the channel. But really, the reason why I started my channel is to have a platform where anyone can come in, and regardless of your experience level with Total War or a game or mod in general. Because when I started playing, like Total War Warhammer, for example, a lot of, you know, the tips were do this because it's a good idea to do it, or do this because this is what you just have to do, kind of thing. And there was never really any teaching or really an explanation of why. It was just like, well, if you don't know how to do this, playing as this faction, well, that's your fault. Like, basically get good at the game. And I thought that was a bunch of crap. So I want this channel to be a place where you could have, you know, 2,000 hours of experience in the game, and you could have 30 minutes, and you can still come and ask questions. And no question is a stupid question involving the game. So just bear that in mind. I just don't want people to be, you know, hesitant to ask a question because they might think it's stupid to ask or something like that. But let's start the battle. They'll charge and get wrecked. We honestly can just triple speed it. Elves are really freaking good. You see, they're just getting decimated. And then shoot them. We'll slow it down. And then let's actually shoot the archer goblins, just because they have the most potential to actually do damage to us. Which, yeah, they'll get a few kills then. Alright, shoot them. Good. Elven archers, man. Elven archers.
Great God be praised.
Boom.
The enemy general is killed.
And then one thing, if you're not, if you're planning on playing the mod and you're running into crashes in battles, I do have the mod Discord in the description of the live stream, I believe. I will double check. If not, I will put it in there. But one thing is, like, once this screen pops up, just let it sit for a little bit before rushing back to the main screen. Just kind of let it catch up, basically. So it's just something to bear in mind. It is, you know, version 1.0 crashes will happen. And so the biggest thing is just give the mod the best chance it can not to crash for you.
Victory and honor.
Alright. We don't really need to pay attention to these missions. Mainly because they got rid of the council thing, which I'll talk about here briefly. But we do want to do the good versus evil. So if you guys haven't played the game yet, this will always pop up in any campaign you do. Basically, I'll leave it there so you guys can pause it and look at it if you want. Basically, it's asking if you want it to be a scripted alliance campaign. So it's like good factions versus evil. So elves and men and dwarves, will be allied versus, Mordor, Rune, and Harad. And if you don't do that, it's a free-for-all. And I always play with it just because I want, I kind of want to play into the movie and the theme of Lord of the Rings. But if you don't play that, it's a very different campaign. It's a night and day difference, basically, because if you leave, like, for example, I've played the campaign before. So even though Rohan and Isengard may be at war with each other, Rohan, because of anti-player bias, will look at, say you take this settlement and you leave it undefended because, you have good relations with Rohan, and so you only leave one unit there. They will come and attack you because, one, of anti-player bias, and two, the AI just looks at that and sees a weak settlement. It's the Rome diplomacy where they just don't care that you're allies. They just see a weak settlement, and anti-player bias trumps the diplomacy. So that was something that a lot of the testers, myself included, noticed when we first started testing the mod, and so that is why they instituted like that script. And because of that, you have the line of sight of your allies here, because it just derailed your campaign, because you essentially would have to have like 5 or 6 units at least sitting in all of your settlements, which, playing as elves, you can't afford to do that because their units are so expensive. So that's why it's instituted. Again, I play it with it scripted because it's just more fun for me and it's just more enjoyable. But if you don't play with the script, you're opening yourself up to a lot of weird scenarios. But Manas says elves are really good. They're also really expensive, right? Does Rome Remastered have unit recruit caps like the original Rome and Medieval 2? No. It is like Rome 1, where you can only recruit 1 unit at a time. So like in Medieval 2, for example, you could potentially recruit like 3 units at a time. That is not a thing. But yes, they are more expensive. It's 400 gold to recruit them, as well as a little more expensive in terms of the upkeep cost per turn. But one thing that is cool that they've put in the game is like it actually draws from your population. So if I recruit here, you see my population goes down, and also my initial income goes down because it's 72 less people being taxed, and so you're not only losing money because of that, but once they're actually recruited, if I hover over here, it'll show that my turn income is going down by 10, and then eventually it'll be even less than that because of the upkeep cost. So, but yeah, in terms of unit caps, there are no unit caps. You could recruit 100 of the Elven archers as long as you could financially support it and have the population to do it. But yeah, and you can also disband units and get population back. In my Isengard campaign or faction overview, I talk about that, and I think anyway show a really good example of that because Isengard doesn't have a lot of population to begin with, but you have a lot of crap infantry that have super high entity numbers, and you can throw them in there and disband them for some easy and extra population. The Rebel Province boundary color is throwing me off. Looks like roads should be there. Oh yeah, roads are different in the game. Not every faction has access to them, and they help with campaign movement range, and that's about it. It's not like they provide a passive buff, to economy, like in Divide and Conquer and in Rome Total War and Medieval 2. But alright, let's merge and attack. This will be a super easy battle. I don't even need those units there. We may actually be able to get these guys to come out and attack me there. But I'm going to save it again, going into a battle. One thing too, as you can see, the game auto-saves a ton. So if you forget to save in your campaign, it's not the end of the world. Just look at the autosave and look at the time you're playing and go from there if it does save. So that is one nice in terms of a feature for the mod where it it's built in where it knows it's a mod, it's bound to crash, and so it just saves a shit ton for you. No says right, but no butt ladders in the version of the Total War engine. Yeah. Yeah, so when you do sieges, you actually have to build the siege equipment. You can't just walk up to if you have a siege attacker like an artillery piece or whatnot, you can't just attack and then just build walls use ladders out of your melee infantry. Alright, let's bring these guys over here just so they're grouped. Alright, super easy battle. They'll go to their town center and we'll just shoot the crap out of them. Easy win. I know it. I could have auto resolved it, but I can't emphasize the importance enough of not taking damage when you don't need to. I should have waited a little bit, because there will be scenarios where you are going to take damage. You are going to fight battles where you're not going to walk away damage free, and when you run into those situations, you want to make sure you're going in as healthy as possible. So in situations where you can go in and know if you fight it manually you won't take any damage, do it. Because you never know when it's going to come and bite your ass. I want to destroy the ruins. If we look into the settlement here, the culture penalty, negative 50%, it's just not worth it, so just get rid of it. And then we will build the villa so we can start upgrading this building. One thing that is nice, in older versions of the Total War engine, you can actually move after you take a settlement. In newer titles, once you take a settlement, you can't move that turn, but not in this game, so it's really nice. And I just want to build towers everywhere, just so I can have a line of sight of enemies coming. And we'll actually knock down the tax rate because I want this to grow as fast as possible. Yep, we can build archers there now. Spy can come this way. Hopefully we can get a... There we go. Good.
Yes, master.
Now I feel a little better about taking these. But I think that's all we can do. We'll get our walls built there. We'll put walls up there as well. And really, like, I talked about it again in my faction overview guide, but this settlement over time will make us money, but that's not really the point right now. It's mainly kind of to act like a outpost in case the orc rabble comes and attacks. Same with this settlement here. You know, if they come and attack me, at least they're taking a smaller settlement rather than one of these two settlements here. In your Isengard and Mordor videos, you mentioned that faction leaders can't be moved. Is that the case for everyone or just some factions? It's just some factions. For example, Lady Galadriel can't be moved. I think it's Lady Galadriel, Elrond, Saruman, Sauron, and I think that's actually it. It's just a scripted event. So Sauron, I know you can't move Sauron until you pick up the ring. And so if I would have showed it on it says I'm on turn 1, but I'm pretty sure I hit it's turn 0. So this is technically like turn 2. So something that's kind of cool in the game is when you start a campaign, if you toggle the Fog of War, Sam and Frodo are right here carrying the one ring, and they are passively trying to get to Mordor. And so if you run into Sam and Frodo and you attack them, you will pick up the ring. And so playing as Mordor, you want to find Sam and Frodo and then take the ring back to Barad-dûr, and that will unlock Sauron then, and you can use him. I think Theoden is locked here for a few turns because it's kind of like from the Two Towers movie where he's corrupted by Saruman kind of thing. And I think Saruman is the same script. I haven't played enough, and I haven't looked into the files enough, but I'm pretty sure the same applies for the other, like some of the faction leaders, where they can't move until a scripted event occurs. But yeah, I like that that's initiated. The same thing is in DAC with Sauron, where you can't use Sauron. He's like placed up here in the Northern Waste or whatever. So here's Frodo and Sam, for example. And Bilbo. This is like the safe area or whatever. I can't think of the Undying Lands. There we go. But now we need to move south and basically just wrap up these settlements here. Yeah, it's the jail corner for scripts, 100%. Don't need to know about these. With that being said, it's not the worst thing that Lady Galadriel is stuck here because she acts. The Twilight Guards are amazing. These things, even on the harder difficulties, will get you easily a couple hundred kills in a fight. They're super freaking good, and they never break, essentially. So having 112 of them sitting in Caris Galadhon is not that bad. Plus, what's really cool is the custom battles. One of them is Caris Galadhon here. Very, very different from Divide and Conquer, which I think is really cool. It doesn't have like a wall around it, and it doesn't have a choke point. It's very different, and it's actually pretty difficult to defend. But it's difficult to defend, but also super hard to attack, and if it ever happens, you guys will see why. Actually, I might be able to show you guys the settlement layout. Yeah, I can. And I'll show you. Oh yeah, it did crash. I kind of figured it would. No worries. That's why I saved it. There we go. Yeah, I figured it would crash it. Oh well. Essentially, it's a giant tree in the middle, and it's got like 4 access points to it, but it's super small and condensed. So even though you're playing as elves, it's hard to. You don't actually want to put missile units in Caris Galadhon to defend it. You actually want melee infantry, because you won't have the line of sight to use your archers. But at the same time, if a bunch of orcs come and attack you, you'll be able to funnel them basically into an area. But thank you for those who are coming in and out. I know it's fluctuating between like 1 and 5 or 6 people, so I do appreciate you guys coming in and stopping by. I'm just worried now that since it crashed once, it's going to keep doing it. And we're only 30 minutes into the stream. But again, I knew that going into it. The mod's fairly... If you play it by yourself, you're fine. Like, I've played almost 100 turns into campaigns in one stretch without it ever crashing. But it's when you live stream it, it's pretty unstable. How many turns per year? It's actually a good question. I'm trying to think. I think it's every 2, but people it basically doesn't matter. Your generals won't die unless they die in battle. So this rank 34 is just like the strength ranking of your armies, and they don't actually have like a a age. So yeah, and that's for every faction. It's a rank instead of a health. So unless your general dies in battle, you'll never lose a general. Okay, he's 2 turns away, so just put him here. So really, the only thing that the turns and like per year thing is for is if you're gonna fight in the summertime or the winter. There's really no other difference than that. I don't need other walls here. That would double increase my trade by, it would double it essentially. Alright, this needs walls first. So our economy is really freaking strong. So yeah, let's just keep building up our infrastructure for military purposes. Alright. And let's keep an eye out on Dol Guldur. Hey, good morning, Saw. And yeah, the AI rebel, which this is just garbage anyway, but it is a lot of troops. And let's move on. Really, you don't need a diplomat in the game, unfortunately. Like, with the scripted events, you don't need it. If I go into the faction here, like allies, trade partners, and it's like the old Rome engines where you actually have to border them to trade with them. So even though I have trade agreements with the Free People and the Sylvan Elves and the Noldor Elves, I don't border them, so I'm actually not trading with them. Does trading income work the same where it's low at first but grows as you connect? Yes. Same thing with if I go to the settlement income here. So here it's only trading with Serene Amroth, but once I conquer these, it should pop up as more. Same if I go in here. You know, it trades with the settlements around you, kind of thing. And so that's why, like, right now, I have Serene Amroth as my capital because it's centered, and it's connecting both settlements, so it's getting more trade income because of that. Alright, yep, recruit more archers. Can definitely afford it. This will just help with population growth, which I need there. I want to get this to the next tier as fast as possible. And this is just growing so fast compared to Serene Amroth. I think that's all the buildings I can do. Alright, we'll hop into there. Well, I got 14 against there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Yeah, we'll be fine. It's just garbage anyway. I don't need to wait. Yeah, that's fine.
Awaken your command.
I'm trying to think what else I can do. It's pretty, I mean, all things considered, it's pretty straightforward in the game. I've talked about it in, I think, all of my faction videos, but one thing I highly recommend doing is using this settlement income button. It'll tell you how much, you know, your income is going to increase or decrease depending on the building you build. So if your economy, you know, is not as strong as it, you know, at the start, you know, focus on the buildings you need to fix certain problems. If your economy is really good, but, you know, so like for Lothlorien, for example, your economy is really good to start with, but your military infrastructure is not there. So you have the money to get that built up, and once you can field a little more troops and you're a little more secure, then you can go back and boost your economy again. So I think that's something that I personally struggled with for a while anyway, was I would go so economy heavy that I would forget about my military, and then I wasn't progressing as fast as I could in my own opinion, just because I wasn't doing a good job of balancing my buildings. Alright. Good. And let's jump in and do this battle. Yeah, we'll be fine. One thing I've noticed too is the rank is largely dependent upon just how many troops you have, not actually the quality of them, which is kind of weird. One thing that's you'll see it here in the siege. One thing that's weird is the AI will come and attack you unless it's a walled settlement. If it's an open settlement like village or something like that where they don't have walls, they'll send like 1 or 2 units out to attack you. And when you're using a missile based army, it's just free pickings. And, excuse me, you guys will see what I mean here very shortly. These guys are pretty squishy, and by squishy, they take damage really easily. So, we're actually going to just put these out. So you guys will see what I mean. And they start charging me. But it's like other games where they'll start charging to some extent, and then if they feel like, depending on the AI thinking process, they'll be like, okay, like, we're taking too much damage, we'll retreat. So the AI just gets caught in this loop of charging, but then realizing they're losing, so they'll retreat kind of thing. But yeah, archers are amazing in this game. Regardless of their stats, if you have archers, use them. Really freaking good. Even orc archers, for being an orc archer unit, is really freaking good. It's kind of weird to say that for a lot of factions, other than dwarves, just because they don't have really any missile units, you need a balanced army. Which, you can't really say that about many Total War titles nowadays. But with the older ones like Rome and Rome Remastered, a balanced build is actually a really viable option, because they'll run into your front line here, right? And then you can just swing around and shoot them in the back. And so if you go up against heavily armored troops or troops with shields that have a initial missile block chance, you just swing behind them and actually have to use strategy. Instead of like in Warhammer, you can go all missiles and be totally fine, or you can go single entities and be totally fine. And you can't just spam, depending on what and who you're fighting, you can't just have 20 units of archers, because you have nobody to hold the line. And so unless they single-handedly nuke unit to unit, unless they nuke an entire unit, you're going to get caught into melee, and you're going to take damage, and you could even lose. Welcome, Rag. How you doing, man? But yeah, we're back. The mod that I'm playing for Rome Remastered is officially public. It is live for anyone who has Rome Remastered. So I figured I would stream it today. Stream it today a little bit. And that says, well, one of the fundamental rules of warfare is outrange your opponent. It applies today with guns and missiles. Oh yeah. But see, this is what I mean. The AI just keeps coming at you. Hey Paul, welcome to the stream, man. It says thanks for the stream. Hey, thank you for being here. I want to thank. I don't know if you've subbed or not, Paul, and that's fine. That's not the point. But those of you who have subscribed to me the last few days, thank you for your support. I greatly appreciate all of you. I'm hoping you guys will be liking the content, and more people will find the mod, and we'll keep gaining some support that way. Let's alt. Oh, that's my fiance's Alexa talking to me, or Google lady talking to me. We might actually have to go into melee here, just because we're running low on ammo. But yeah, we'll be able to shred them. Rex says, "I'm good, brother. Glad to." Yeah, which I do apologize about being gone for so long. In terms of streams and just lack of video content, which is why I've been the last 2 days. I've brought out 4 videos. Work was becoming very hectic and stressful, and then I got sick with COVID, and so I was just MIA for a super long time. And I had stuff made and prepared. I just well, actually, I didn't have stuff made at all because my voice was so bad. Like, trust me, you guys did not want to listen to me make videos in the state I was in. And so I was just, I was just behind in terms of making content for the mod and just playing games in general. That's pretty good ratio. Pretty good ratio. And so I'm just playing catch up in terms of my content. And I says, well, to be honest, what other option does the AI have if its goal is to defend the settlement? Yeah. Yeah. And the good thing is, as elves, I mean, as you would expect, like, sorry. It's the last one, I promise. In terms of, like, things being overpowered, obviously, you know, missile-based armies are pretty overpowered, right? And it was talked about in, like, the early testing, like, oh, this is overpowered, or, you know, economies are, you know, too strong, that kind of thing, where I put in my feedback and was like, well, which I'm sure things will get nerfed and adjusted over time, but my idea was, you know, for initially release and whatnot, you don't want people to be turned off playing certain factions or even the mod in general because something is too annoying or too painful to play. You know, like, get people involved, get people playing the game before we start nerfing things into oblivion. Basically, kind of like what Creative Assembly is doing with Warhammer 3, with traits and other aspects of the game. I just don't think that's a smart play to do. Let's see. Right, that's a little bit of a threat, because they might be able to reach there in a turn. They'll be able to reach there in 2 turns. So let's leave those 2 units and come. Okay. Let's come this way because the rebels are actually kind of aggressive. So if they come and attack me here, at least I can support them. And if not, it just allows me to come down this way and attack this rebel settlement here. Alright, let's send some troops over as well. I think, build the economy is fine, so yeah, keep building military buildings. And then you, yep, I want the Vanguard unit for spearmen. It's incredible the vast difference in terms of the quality of the Vanguards versus the Galadrim swords. Yeah, I don't even know what to do with him. talk to Dale, I guess, actually, for down the line, if and when we ever meet with them. We're doing the same kind of thing for my Hearts of Iron 4 mod. We're currently discussing as a team when nuclear bombs should be available because it's 30,000 years into the future and Earth is a hellscape. Yeah, exactly. Like, I just... A lot of the talk of, like, nerfing things and whatnot always scares me because for some factions, like, it's what makes, you know, some things being overpowered is not necessarily a bad thing. Because, and this is my thought process for Warhammer 3 and the whole Warhammer discussion right now is if Creative Assembly or just a game in general, which whether it's this modding team or a different, you know, like whatever game it should be, if you make everything, you know, the same and everything on the same level, then nothing stands out. Like it doesn't matter if you recruit Galadrim swords or the better melee variants or Elven archers versus the Galadrim sentinels. Like if you don't make a unit better or stronger than the other one, everything is the same. So who cares if you recruit them or not? Like you're just recruiting different units or doing different strategies for the lulz because everything is the same, everything is on the same tier, everything, you know, everything is just the same. Like there's just no uniqueness in the game. The only difference at that point is different unit models, which who cares? Like if it's a different unit model, if it does the exact same thing. And I know it's easier said than done in terms of like nerfing units and making things better and stronger and whatnot, but it's just it's unless something is outrageously stupid, like if a Elven archer unit could destroy an entire unit of Uruk-hai like swordsmen that have 200 entities and 72 archers kill them all in one volley, like things like that. Yes, fix that. It doesn't make sense, but just more or less, just because a faction's units are strong or their economy is strong for certain reasons doesn't make it not fun. It actually is a strength of them. You know, for example, like the dwarves, like when I first started playing the dwarves, their mining income was really bad, which dwarves should be making a ton of money from mines. And it's a lot now. They've made changes. It's definitely better. But you know, if you make mines, you know, if you take a faction's strength out but keep their weaknesses there, you're just making the faction weaker. And the modding team has done a really good job where everyone has access to mines now, but different tiers. So dwarves obviously have the highest tier. They make the most money from them. Elves and men can make certain mines, but you know, it's a little downgraded. It's not as strong. And that's how it should be, because every faction and every race specialize in different things, and that's okay. It's good to have that uniqueness where some factions are just stronger at certain things than others, and that's okay. You need to have those differences in strengths and weaknesses. Again, because if you take the uniqueness out of factions, everything's the same. And you could just play one faction and be like, okay, I've played the whole game because nothing's different. Alright. Let's build... just keep doing the population buildings. Oh, actually, I take that back. Build this one. I want more spearmen. We're going to need spearmen later on because... excuse me. Since I'm going to leave Mordor and Dol Guldur alone, they will bring up some better troops that have trolls in them. And we just need some anti-troll, basically. But good. We got another unit coming in there. We got another unit I'm going to send in over there. Send you over there as well. And you. I just want this to be defended. This is kind of naturally defended by this settlement here, and then this one. And you can't cross right here. And I think that's it. Let's move on. Hey, Vekoma, welcome, man. Anon says, like, should they be available right away, or do we keep them as a late game thing? I mean, if it's something that sounds super strong like that, I would make it a late game kind of thing. Because I mean, I've never played the mod, so I don't understand how it works. But if you know, it's kind of like in Warhammer 2, if Ikka started out with like 10 nukes, like you could go up against you know absurd armies and just nuke them and then move on, kind of thing. Your voice, yeah, I'm basically back to normal. I'm still taking Tylenol for my headaches, but other than that, I'm back to myself. Let's see. I'm not going to recruit from here, so actually build the trade building. And building roads here actually might be worth it, just so we can get here a little faster. In terms, if it needs to be defended. One thing I do want to address is it's to our attention too. A lot of the AI is very passive. So Isengard, for example, has tons of troops here. The AI basically it's not a mod issue. It's a feral like company like game issue that feral has to address. It's not necessarily bugged. I don't know what you would call it, but long story short, basically the AI right now is programmed in a bad way where it thinks it needs like 40 units to defend a single settlement. Where they won't defend every settlement, they'll just defend like what they deem as their most valuable one. But right now it's just programmed where they basically over defend a settlement and don't expand like they could if they wanted to. They're just set to be very defense oriented rather than expand like aggressive. But that is not something that the mod team can change. That is something that Feral has to change within Rome Total War Remastered itself. But as far as I know, the modding team has contacted Feral and let them know about that, so they are aware of the issue. Okay, that's good. I wouldn't actually be a bad idea to take that, maybe. It's just I don't want to be super stretched thin. But let's save it and do that battle. I just delete these other ones just so I know where I'm at. You don't have to delete the autosaves. It doesn't hurt you to have them by any means. It's just personal preference. I do need some infantry just to stay behind in settlements. And we'll fight it. But yeah, it's good to have everyone here. Thank you for your support. If you're playing the mod, again, if you have any questions on how something works in the mod or something you're struggling with, I know it's only day one in terms of public release, but ask away. I'm more than willing to answer any questions you guys may have regarding the mod.
This is a day for the histories. Tales of bravery that
Goldman says me doing 3 streams at the same time. That's a power play, man. Oh, I guess thinking about it, I haven't even showed you guys the units. I'll reform here so you guys can see a little better. But so this is like the Lothlorien sentries here, or like the upgraded like tier 2, I guess you could think of it, unit. Not looking too bad, pretty cool. And then this is like your basic tier 1, basically guys in just like light armor. But then you have the Twilight Guards, which is very strong, very heavy infantry. They look pretty. I can't do it until I actually start the battle. Really cool in my opinion. Really well done. in terms of detail than the Vanguard Spearman. I wish they had a shield, but not looking too bad. Very cool Elven like spear tip. And then Haldir here. This is like the Galadrim Sentinel unit, looking really badass there. So, do units still change appearance if you upgrade their armor? I don't know. That's one thing I haven't tested with this mod, just because I haven't built the like missile or the melee upgrade building too often. Just because when I first had access to the mod, it actually hurt your, like, early on anyway, it hurt your economy to the point where I didn't think it was worth the extra, like, melee attack and whatnot. But I know, obviously, in Medieval 2 it did. I don't remember if it's in the Rome Remastered. I can't tell you, and I do apologize for that. But it's something we can look into as we progress. Yeah, they just absorbed that. Took a little bit of damage. Shoot them. We'll destroy the free riders. Alright, stop firing. Taking a little more damage than I would have liked here, obviously. What are you doing?
The gods be praised! The enemy general is dead!
Yeah, that's fine. Not the greatest. Shouldn't have lost anything there. I forgot to toggle that guy's fire at will. I wasn't set up, and it caused me the losses. But yeah, and it's got a good amount of people here, so it's good to see you guys. But I'm hoping now that the mod is public to you guys, I plan on streaming more of this mod, as well as making more like video guides for the mod as well. However, I don't plan. Oh, it crashed on me again. It's gonna happen. Live streaming the mod, it's very unstable. Live streaming it, so just bear with me. It's gonna crash. I can't avoid it. I just wanted to showcase it a little bit. But yeah, as long as you guys aren't live streaming the game, you should be fine. Which I imagine down the road it'll become a lot more stable in terms of streaming. But yeah, I do plan on streaming the mod more and making more videos of it. I don't know about Let's Plays. I don't know at this point in time. There's just a lot of like there's pros and cons to doing Let's Plays. The pro is, it's still content for the mod that you guys are able to look at. In terms of like, like, okay, it's like later in the campaign for a Lothlorien campaign, like how do you do this? How do you do that? So that's great that I'm able to showcase that. But obviously then like that's stuff that's already happened. I really like live streaming because I'm able to actually actively explain myself on why I'm doing something or something, a choice I make, recruitment, a building or whatever. And just in general, Let's Plays are just, in my opinion, it's a very outdated form of making content. Obviously, people can make or leave comments on videos and whatnot, but if it's like why didn't you do this, or you should have done this, it's like, well, it's like, well, I can't go back you know, because like I already recorded it, I already played it. I can't go back and make that change, kind of thing. And so it's unless you would, you know, basically make stuff premieres where it, you know, it's played and then I'm able to watch that video with you guys, kind of thing. Like it's just I just don't have the time for that, really. I don't have the time having a full-time job. I just don't, unfortunately. And you know, if live streaming was my only thing, or making videos was like the only thing I did for a living, that would be one thing. But it's not. You know, that went much better anyway. There we go. It's yeah, but we'll see. It may be something I have to do anyway, just because of my work schedule. I work Monday through Friday, and so, you know, when I do play, it could be very well doing Let's Plays. You know, just uploading, you know, a video from day to day, and going from there. But we'll see how it goes. Yep, build walls here. Yeah, we're just rolling in money now. We can leave 1 unit of archers. And oh, so they didn't ambush me. Yeah, I'll save it. Obviously. I mean, I can win that. I'm glad I kept that melee unit in here. Paul says, how does the mod differ mostly from DAC? There are a few things. Yeah, don't want to auto it. One thing I would say, you kind of got to preface it a little bit, is that DAC has had over almost a decade of development, and this mod is less than a year old in terms of total development. So in my response, just keep that in mind. You know, DAC is working on version, I think, 5 for a public release, and they're on version like 4.6, and they've had tons of releases prior to that. So with keeping that in mind, DAC does have more customizable settlements that work really well. It's obviously not. It's definitely more stable than this mod. With that being said, with crashes, the only time I've had issues with the game crashing consistently is when I've live streamed it. When I've played it in my own time, it almost never crashes unless I'm just auto-resolving, just clicking fast through everything and not paying attention. It doesn't have that issue. I would think. So another thing that DAC has over the mod is just the amount of units that it's introduced into the game. There's a lot of unit variety in DAC that this mod doesn't have at this moment. But on the flip side, like, this mod also has a lot of things that DAC doesn't have. In terms of like the overall graphics, I think the overall graphics compared to the two mods are pretty comparable. When it comes to that, like, I mean, I think this water looks a lot better. In terms, comparatively speaking, but the trees in Divide and Conquer look more realistic. Which I also have certain graphics dialed down just because I don't care about them. But in terms of gameplay, Stuff like, you know, the quality of water and trees and grass and all that stuff isn't, it to me is not the defining factor as to whether or not I play a game or not. It's more about, you know, campaign mechanics, how replayable it is and whatnot, which because if you go back and look at some of the early stages of Divide and Conquer, this mod, like if you take early release and development of Divide and Conquer with Rome Total War Remastered here for the Lord of the Rings Total War mod that we're, you know, playing, this mod would kick its ass. Like, it's not even close. Especially now, like the Rome Remastered just has a ton of quality of life improvements that Medieval 2 does not have. I know it's minor, but like in Medieval 2, you know, it just has like those 3 little red arrows telling me that it's not in range. But in this, the mod in this Rome Remastered, it has those lines, and it also has, you know, the range, you know, like where it can actually shoot and whatnot. Another thing that Medieval 2 and Divide and Conquer does not have is alt moving or alt and controlling your formations. So for me, that is, I think, my biggest pet peeve in Divide and Conquer / Medieval 2 is that you don't have, you know, if you want to reform, you have to manually move every single unit into the position you want them to. Like, I can't just alt and drag this unit or this formation, you know, forward or backwards. I have to manually move that stuff. So as much as like Divide and Conquer has, really the only advantage I think Divide and Conquer has on this mod is the fact that it's had more time and a larger development process, a larger team. Given time and enough popularity and feedback and everything with this mod, I think this mod has the chance to surpass it. It just has the basic quality of life fundamentals that that Divide and Conquer does not have, just because of the engine that it plays on. It's not that Divide and Conquer is a bad mod. It's a great mod. I have Medieval 2. I don't have DAC downloaded anymore because I haven't played it in a while. But my Medieval 2 on Steam is primarily playtime that I used for Divide and Conquer, and I have just under 2,000 hours in it. So I've spent a lot of time playing Divide and Conquer. I've played all the factions. They're really fun. It's a really good mod, don't get me wrong. I just think, you know, this mod coming out, you know, gives it some competition, which is a good thing. Competition is not necessarily bad. If anything, it makes this modding team and Divide and Conquer's modding team, you know, be better about developing it because they do have competition. But it's a lot of the, like, is this better or that better? A lot of it could just be personal preference, and that's what my thoughts are on it right now. Is depending on how you look at it, Paul. You know, like it. For the most part, it's nitpicking on what's better or worse. Like, for example, like I think, you know, for Rome, like you got to think of the engines that the game is using too. So like for this engine, I think these graphics and like details are freaking amazing. They did a really good job. Plus with just the quality of life improvements that the Rome Remastered has over Medieval 2, which, who knows, down the road, maybe Divide and Conquer is used with like a Medieval 2 remaster, if a Medieval 2 remaster ever comes out, and you know the quality of life improvements are then put into you know, that remaster. Who knows? You know, it's not that it's not like the Divide and Conquer is just like, well, shit, you know, there's You know, it's you know, we can't possibly upgrade it anymore. It's stuck the way it is. Like, if a remaster comes out for Medieval 2 and then they upgrade the mod to use that remaster, you know, good for them. That's a smart play to do. But I just essentially if people may disagree with me, and that's totally fine too. I don't know what these guys are doing, but we're just gonna go attack them. If you don't believe me, check out, you know, obviously this live stream if you're here watching it, in terms of, you know, the details, the unit variety and all that stuff. And a good example to compare that to is like this early stage of life in terms of the mod. Go to Lionheart X10's channel, and, you know, look at me promoting another streamer. But go type in like Lionheart X10 Lothlorien campaign. It's from like 2013 or 2014, and I mean, look at that quality of life in terms of the gameplay and how, like, just basic the game is compared to this one. Because I've talked about it with the modding team too. You know, like, obviously this mod is going to be compared to Divide and Conquer left, right, and center all day long. And, you know, it's just it's not fair to compare a game that's had almost a decade of improvements and updates and everything to a game that literally today just came open to the public. I mean, Divide and Conquer has had years of updates, you know, feedback, testing, all of that stuff, and this mod hasn't yet, and that's fine. So if, you know, because I'm sure people, you know, some people from DAC will be like, you know, they won't even touch this mod because they're so in love with Divide and Conquer, and that's fine. Because I'm sure some people will be like be the same way with this mod compared to Divide and Conquer, and they may not. They might play this mod and be like, nah, it's not for me. I like Divide and Conquer, or they'll be like, fuck Divide and Conquer. This mod's awesome, kind of thing. So really, if you want a fair and like true assessment, watch the stream, play it for yourself, and then go back and watch videos from like 8 or 9 years ago when Divide and Conquer first came out. To me, in terms of initial release, this mod it's not even close. This mod is so much better for an initial release than Divide and Conquer was. And to begin with, Divide and Conquer, what Divide and Conquer is now, wasn't even Divide and Conquer when it first came out. That was an expansion upon the base Lord of the Rings game. And things like adding in more units, custom battles, limiting the amount of crashes, all of that stuff is, trust me, it's being looked at by the modding team. Because that was my first question too. I was like, well, there's not a lot of unit variety. Everything's pretty basic, and they are aware of it. They just, they wanted to just really get the game as bug free and crash free, and things like movement bugs on the map, crashes, building images, scripts and stuff like that. They wanted to get that polished really well before they start adding in a bunch of new units on a foundation that's broken. So I know that's going to be used as a, potentially as an argument. Be like, well, there's not very many units. The campaigns are really straightforward. There's just not a lot there. Just give it time. That's all I can really. That's all I can really tell you guys at this moment is just be patient. It'll come. It will come. I promise you. There. I'm fine with that. All right. Pretty good start to the campaign, I'd say. Now, I actually need I need another spy. I need a lot of spies, actually. I want as much line of sight over here as possible, because I plan on taking my army to the west, and I need to know if and when I need to come back and protect my eastern front. Nope. Nope. And nope. Alright. Yeah, this is growing like crazy. Oh, does this settlement not get walls? Interesting. Okay. We're gonna have to leave a little bigger garrison there than I had hoped, but that's okay. Let's build the Galadrim Forge here so I can get this archer unit out and moving. Let's have you build some towers there, and also over here, and then place you up here to build, maybe. Here we go. Have you build another tower. Line of sight is huge in this game. Another thing I cannot emphasize enough is line of sight. There's the rebel army. Again, following the AI over the end turn is just a really good way to make sure the mod crashes basically every turn for you. And plus, like, I don't want to know where, you know, if I'm in ambush and I see the AI go into ambush, like in a tree, I don't want to know that. Like the same way the AI doesn't know if I'm in ambush excuse me, is if the AI knows I'm in ambush stance, it defeats the purpose. Good. Yeah, build money there. That's fine. Good. We're about to get some swordmen or vanguards. The swordmen are just to put in some other settlements so I can replace them. Let's see. I think that's all I can do. Let's leave you. Normally I wouldn't do this, but we can pick up more units from here. And I need to make sure I can defend this since it doesn't have walls. So normally I wouldn't leave that big of a garrison, but I do border Mordor now, so they may come over and attack me. It might actually be useful to leave Haldir here as well for a little extra support to the army. And let's move you on. And yep, he's just gonna basically sit here and be my scout there. I think this is just a rebel settlement, but we'll double check. Oh no, the orc rabble took it.
My lord, moving into position. My lord, on my way.
Okay, good. Yep, this is exactly why I put this army here, to deter them from coming and attacking me. Good. Alright, you need to come over here. You need to come over here. Good. Oh, one thing, don't get artillery in the game. That is something I've mentioned to the modding team, and they're aware of it, but it's just not something they're working on at the moment, and I don't blame them. But artillery in the game, not useful. One, for several reasons. One, most artillery in the game takes at least 4 turns to recruit. Secondly, it's very expensive, and thirdly, like the older Total War engines, it reduces your campaign movement range. You know, because theoretically, if you're carrying siege equipment, you're going to be moving slower, and so they make that known on the campaign map. So it's not worth it. The they just don't do enough damage, in my opinion, to constitute having them in your armies. It's much better just to take a turn and build siege equipment than, you know, instead of taking like maybe 3 or 4 turns to get to Dol Guldur to attack it versus taking like 5 or 6. Like it's just not worth to be able to attack a walled settlement right away, in my opinion. But alright, let's build this so we can retrain some units. Yeah, our economy is definitely fine. So let's just go, since this has the most population, let's just go full military buildings here for now, and then worry about the economy later, because obviously we're doing fine. Which they've added things like this to increase population growth, I think because of something I mentioned. I mentioned it in, I think, the faction overview guide, but basically a lot of factions I saw where once they were getting close to like hitting that next population threshold, their population growth became basically 0 because of squalor and tax penalties. And there was nothing you could do to negate the population decrease, because other than a few buildings like this, basically the buildings like the House of Healing, where it increases public order and happiness and growth by like 0.5% for each tier it would go up, it would basically negate the squalor. And so if the settlement had like a really small population growth to begin with, it was basically just not there. Like if we look here, the 0.5% would be negated by the squalor and tax rate penalty. So, for example, if this like Lothlorien, like Elvish realm thing wasn't here, this settlement now would actually not be growing based on how I'm taxing it. So it's something to consider. I know it makes things a little overpowered, especially with the tax income bonus and just growing things exponentially. But believe me, it's something that was needed, because I had Serene Amroth here in one of my campaigns at like 9,000 or like even 10,000 population. It needed to get to 12,000 for like 20 to 30 turns, growing at like 0.5%, and it was so freaking annoying. Alright, good. You can stay there. You can stay there. We want to go for Moria, not the small settlement.
Yes, strategos, sir. Orders, sir. Forward. Orders.
Good. Pick up that unit along the way. Pick up that unit. I do need some infantry, or some spearmen to hold the line. Okay, good. Good. Make sure everywhere is building something. Population is booming here. Yeah, that'll double our income from there. But our income is fine, really. Yeah, screw it. Let's get... That way, if we take a bunch of damage here, we'll actually be able to recruit and retrain the vanguards. And yeah, just go growth here, though, because I want to get this to the highest tier as quickly as possible. Because, yeah, I want to get to tier 5 tier 4 initially, because it's going to take ages to get to a huge city, but we want to get this to tier 4 quickly as quickly as possible, because we do need to be training units out of these two settlements. Going to McDanner, going to look in the back. Sounds good, Anon. Sounds good.
Yes, strategos. Move out.
We're ambushed. This is not good. And they'll fight to the death. We can retreat. We won't die if we lose. There's a bunch of garbage. Except the Axemen. We'll take damage, but we'll be okay. I forgot they were actually sitting there. But yeah, I do appreciate all the support. I know it's been a while since I've streamed. I'm actually kind of surprised we got, you know, as many people here as we do. So I hope that means you guys are enjoying it. And if you aren't subscribed to me yet, please do. It'll help me immensely. I just personally, you know, I would like YouTube to kind of become almost kind of like a part-time job for me, where I'll work and make either, you know, Let's Plays or do live streams on the weekends. And, you know, in order for me to do that, I need the support from you guys. So any help will be appreciated, and I hope that you know, obviously I got to put the time in to make the content that you guys want to see, but I hope, you know, that I hope I put myself in a position where it lets you guys ask me questions and get feedback from you guys, and really, I mean, that's really why I enjoy live streaming more than Let's Plays, because it allows me to get that direct feedback from you guys, and it helps you guys. It allows you guys to ask questions in real time. You know, it's just, obviously it's not a face-to-face interaction, but it's better than a Let's Play kind of thing. Because obviously, you know, I can answer your guys' questions on why I did something versus another decision and whatnot that I could have done. But I just really enjoy the Let's Plays. I really enjoy the live streams in terms of being able to talk and interact with you guys. I may even have to... Oh, Paul, if you're still here, one thing I will say that I do like about Divide and Conquer is that, like, when shooting missiles in Divide and Conquer, it does like a knockback effect. So obviously the entity's dying here, they're dead, who cares? But some of the units may be getting shot, but they're still charging me. And Divide and Conquer just does a good job of showcasing that, where they may be getting hit and they're actually getting knocked back and they're slowing down because of it. So I think they did a really good job showcasing that. Alright. Get you guys to the back. Shoot them. We need to kill the cell sword infantry as quickly as possible. These guys are flanking me. Need to get around. Bring these guys back. I didn't realize that they were there. All of you shoot here, actually. Okay. You stop shooting them. Yeah, these guys can tank for a long time. I can't get Celeborn here killed. He does have a lot of hit points, but he's not immortal by any means. And we really don't want this bodyguard unit to be killed, which, if he dies, the whole thing gets wiped out. So we really need to protect him at all costs. But all things considered, I mean, for an ambush, they you know, don't have any cavalry, so we're not taking as much damage as we would have. Shoot into the back of them. You guys. Yep. Okay, shoot there. Luckily, I think we just have enough ammo to win. And the good thing is we're shooting into the back of these guys. Swing around. Alright, shoot them. You guys shoot those units. Good. Yep, we won. Oh, one thing, for those who are new or haven't played it, one thing that I ran into that I didn't realize, so see how it says they are withdrawing, but like the like victory, like, you know, you have met all the victory conditions, do you want to exit the battle? If a army, like an enemy army, says they're withdrawing, they will turn around and still fight you. I was playing as Rohan against Isengard and saw that, and I was like, oh, I caused a mass rout. You know, I'm able to run them down. Unless that message pops up and says that, you know, you've met the victory conditions, do you want to exit the battle? That is the only time I recommend running down units. They are technically withdrawing, but that doesn't mean, you know, they've just given up. So if I were to go and like go into melee with them, you know, if I could reach them and do that, they would turn around and start fighting me. So if you play as Rohan or any faction and you're like, oh, like, you know, just throw one, like a cavalry unit or something to go and run down the enemy units and, you know, I'll get like 500 entities captured. That's not true. They will turn around and fight you. So just something to be aware of. But yeah, we lost a few, not much. Really, it turned out pretty well. One thing is, don't let like the battle end in triple speed. I found that basically just lets the game crash more than it should. So just, you know, triple speed till there's like, you know, if you can pause it before it finishes. Triple speed it until like one unit of the enemy is available, and then just put it back to normal speed and let them rout out that way. It's just a little easier on the mod, basically. But yeah, we're just waiting for him to run off, and we'll win here. Yeah, looks like the good thing is we're right by that settlement, so we can pop them in there to get retrained. Thank you, Paul, for the subscription. Thank you, Paul. But yeah, that Anon brought up a good point. I may have to do Let's Plays for during the week and then stream like Warhammer one day and then this mod the other day. That's a pretty good ratio, I'd say. But yeah, Twilight Guards actually ended up killing the most, so really good, really good. That way, I'm still making content for you guys on the mod. So it's something I may look into. Plus, it doesn't take, you know, a lot of time or effort to make Let's Play videos. Really, I mean it's essentially a live stream on pause. But. Good, they're wiped out. Gonna save it. So yeah, what popped up there? If your YouTube account is public, I do have Streamlabs attached to my OBS studio. So if you have a public account on YouTube and you subscribe to me for the first time, it will it'll do that little dinosaur jumping thing. So let's. He can't beat me with that. But just in case, we'll just deter him from wanting to even try. Good. And good, next turn we'll be able to recruit some Gladrum swords and put them there. Yep, that's fine. Good, good, good. Alright, you keep coming up here to talk to Dale. Oh, one faction that's really strong, can be a little difficult at the start, is Dale. In terms of comparing it to Divide and Conquer, Dale is It's not a bad faction in Divide and Conquer. It's just a really annoying start because they put in a mechanic where it's essentially in Divide and Conquer. If you haven't played it, Dale it's basically fresh off Smog the Dragon attacking you, so your infrastructure is basically just not there, and they kind of represent that with Dale in this mod, where your economy, like to start with, is like negative 4,000. But the good thing is they can only go up to tier 3, and their late game armies are actually really strong, and their archers are really good, as you would expect, being Dale and ancestors of Bard and whatnot. And so it's really easy to get their like elite troops, for Dale, relatively speaking, really early on, and you can just conquer a bunch of the rebel settlements and have a really, really fun and strong economy. Really fun campaign. I really enjoyed that one. I think that's all I can do. I need to check my spies. Yep, you're fine there. You are... Yep, you're good to stay there. And you're there, right? Okay. I need 2 more, then. They'll be the next thing as I recruit. I don't want to recruit out of here because I need these smaller settlements to play catch up, basically. Yeah, it's a good size force, and let's move on. Don't care about you. Good. We'll wait 1 turn and then send him up here. Looks like Aomer is going to come conquer Runost, which is fine. Good, we got some spearmen.
Move out, my lord. Move out. March.
Hey, Kashi.
Sir. March. Orders.
There we go. Very dangerous army.
Yes, Stradago.
Very dangerous. No. What else can I... We got the money to afford it. I know I just said I don't want to recruit in these settlements because I want them to grow, but I also don't want, this army to come down here and attack me. So I just need to put troops there because I'm going west, and I don't want to have to put my army and send them back up here to deal with that. I think... Okay. Yep, build the military buildings everywhere. Our economy is pretty solid. We can justify just going pretty much just spam the military infrastructure buildings. I don't think I am trading with... Yeah, I haven't talked with Dale just yet.
I cannot do that, sir. I cannot do that, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, quit looking your paw, bud. Let's see here. Alright. At which point, too, I know, like, the elves here may not be, like, everyone's favorite faction, but I do plan on covering every faction in the game. So, if you're holding your breath and looking for a different campaign, don't worry, it is coming. Alright. Yeah, he's coming down here. He's going to be here in 2 turns. And so am I. Alright, so now we need to rebuild my garrison here. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to go west as early as I had hoped. And that's okay. Ooh, another thing, Paul, if you're still here watching, another thing I really like is the Orc Rabble, or like in comparison, the Orc of the Misty Mountains and Gundabad, which Gundabad in Divide and Conquer is pretty strong. But the Orc Rabble, in Divide and Conquer is just garbage. But one thing they've done in this game that's really cool is almost all of their goblin units do armor-piercing damage. So even though their units stat-wise are relatively shit, they do armor-piercing, which, you know, it just gives them a little more of a advantage versus just having like 200 of them in a unit card. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, I want cavalry. I want a unit that can run some units down. Yep. Or should I? Yeah, just keep going with growth here. Keep going with growth. They got this. This has the military buildings that I need for now. This will be like my major recruiting hub. Okay.
My lord,
You can come this way now.
moving into position.
And you can also come this way.
Moving into position.
One thing we do need to be... The good thing it's too is like if this... Like we're really well positioned. Because we can come up here and deal with this army. Because they also have a settlement here, I believe. And so we can come and deal with this threat here. And also if they like try and take like Lothlorien here. We have a garrison on our eastern border that can be here in a turn to defend them. I'll take you. In terms of like traits, bad traits you could get, it's really not too bad of one. Oh, you tricky bitch. Yeah, put you here. Alright, that's pretty defendable now. So we don't need to put any more troops there. Can also tax it a little more. So he's put me in a pickle. I don't know where this army went to.
My lord, on my way. Yes, master.
Yeah, they're building up a stronger force over here like I kind of expected them to. The good thing is I built... So this is exactly why you build walls. So they can't attack, you know, if I don't go and attack him here, he can't just straight up attack me. He has to build siege equipment. And I'm just going through the settlements and making sure everything is building something. Again, don't want to use recruitment in these small population size settlements for now. The extra 1 melee attack is not worth the... If I look at the... I mean, it's only 4. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Let's do it. Let's increase our melee attack by 1. I haven't saved it in a while. Again, it cannot. It's early stages mod. Save. You know, when you guys are playing the game, save when you can. Because he's gonna retreat. There's no way he stands and fights. I do miss, you know, being able to see how much movement I'll have after I push him back. I can't run the risk on him attacking here, though, because if I come up here, I won't be within a turn to reinforce. So I think we just need to kick him out and just get him out of our territory. Plus, it gives us an extra turn to recruit some units. Yep, and we got Hey, Gondor took that. Okay. So yeah, come back up here then. Really, it'd be great if Rohan would come and take this settlement too, because then that would provide us with more line of sight, and we could just keep our spies pretty much encircling Dol Guldur. Okay, so they took Fenberg. Okay. Sorry, I got something in my eye and it's hurting me. I might need 2 armies. I can afford it. You're not the greatest general, as in you suck, but we can make you better. So yeah, I'm actually going to recruit a unit up here. Because we need a second army. Ah, I didn't attack him. That's alright. I'm not going to save scum and go backwards. Yep. Economy's fine. It's not much in trade, but it doubles it. Same with here, I imagine. Yeah. Good.
My lord, march! Yes, move onward! Orders! Forward!
Good. Can afford that. Yep. Do the military building still. Our income's still fine. And we got a good sized nest egg. And that's what's crazy is our income is still really good. And we haven't really built any like we haven't really built any like economy buildings.
My lord, I can't do that, sir.
You come up here. Okay. That's good to know.
My lord. Moving. My lord. Moving.
Better do another one. Do it from here though, and not here. Okay.
At your service. On my way.
My lord! Move out! Ready to
Go here and ambush, and the next turn we'll take this settlement. Good, they got a general here as well. Oh, one thing I hope they bring back in. So these like Senate missions, right? I'll show you guys quick why it's not that big of a deal. So they use they used to use, or they have here the like the Rome Senate mechanic from like Rome 1 Total War kind of thing. And so I started playing as dwarves, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. I was like, I wonder if this, like if you get, like the people, your popularity all the way up. I wonder if it, helps you confederate or does something. But this, it doesn't mean anything. The modding team told me it's just something there. So it doesn't, if you get to the top, you don't get any bonuses for it. So it's not, you don't get anything cool, basically. If you do that. But, maybe down the road, I'm hoping they bring something like that in where, especially as the dwarves, because you know you have Erebor and the Iron Hills, but then you have the dwarves of Ered Luin all the way over here. And so it would be cool, you know, if you were like the dwarves of Ered Luin, or you know vice versa, and you get your popularity like all the way up with, you know, the Senate, and then it's like, hey, you know, like the other dwarven factions realize your strength or whatever and would like to like come together and form like one dwarf nation, and then, you know, you either accept or decline and move on from there. Okay. Definitely going to attack here. This turn. So basically, the Lothlorien sentries, I mean, are just hands down better in terms of stats, but they do cost more. Take the same amount of time to recruit. We do have the money, so yeah, go ahead and do it. And then you move up here. Good, you're recruiting.
My lord, yes, master.
Yep, swing around that way. Alright, you're still building. Still building. Alright, this settlement is done for now. Yeah, just get it an extra percent and just get this thing booming. Get it to the next tier as fast as possible. Good. You. What can I build? Yeah. You know, doubles its trade income. It's something. Good, we're defending our northern border better as well. We can afford to, yeah, knock it down a little bit. Get another archer unit up here. They'll get another spear unit. Maybe, yeah. Alright, let's save it. In terms of ambushing, that's one really good thing about Lothlorien as well. Is if for some reason your campaign, you know, goes south and you're just being overrun, any forest icon, so like if I were to place it here or there or there, that allows your army to go into ambush. You know, obviously it's not like Warhammer where you have like different stances you can put your generals in. And so this area here, it's really effective if you do have a somewhat decent force still remaining, where you can, you know, the AI won't see you if you go into ambush stance before you end your turn. So if you're like sitting here and they're like, oh, you know, it's got 1 unit, we got 4, you know, we'll go and attack it, and then they get ambushed, that's a win for you. Even though you're only killing 4 units, it's better, you know, to fight against, say, like 16 units in Moria versus 20. Because of their high numbers, it's just extra ammo that you don't have to waste. So in that mode, like, you know, essentially guerrilla warfare is actually really viable. We do need to fight this manually because of their bodyguard unit will take too much damage if we auto it, and we should take 0 casualties here. But for those watching, you know, whether you're just lurking, you know, if you guys, you know, are actively watching though too, or playing and watching, you know, what do you guys think of it so far? If you are like playing the mod, you know, what are your initial thoughts? You know, yay, nays about it, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. I don't know if they'll actually... Yeah, I didn't think they would. Yeah, the AI, so like early in the campaign, I showed how the AI will come out and like attack you. They'll do that only if they have a certain number of units to defend the town center. So if they only have one unit, they're going to stick it there. Usually if they have 3 or more units, they'll put them on the outer side, and at which point they will come to try and attack you. Alright, we're going to split up our forces. That way, no matter where they go, they will... What are you doing? They will be shot up and defended. One really cool thing, even though they don't have shields, the vanguards have spear wall. Really, really good like formation ability. Good. See, this is what I mean, where the AI just doesn't know what to do. Like, they want to keep charging, they want to keep attacking me, but they're taking a bunch of damage. And then by the time they figure out what they want to do, it's too late like that. They just keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Fear makes a home in our enemies' hearts.
Alright, actually, all my missile units can just converge and attack. And these guys will get stuck because they won't... what are you doing?
This is a heroic victory, worthy of
Good.
great soldiers.
Which, I know that's... You know, some of the fights you have seen, like, especially this one, it's not really exciting, but don't be lazy is the biggest thing I can say is don't be lazy. Especially because it takes, what? The battle took like a minute and a half. You're just saving yourself a headache later down the road. Especially because they have a pretty good sized army in Moria. Alright. We need to get rid of this. I can't get rid of that. Pop you down. That's a, you know, it's not something I can just leave behind and not worry about. Especially now that I border Isengard.
My lord, move out. Forward.
Can I build one here? Nope. I need to get over here. That's fine. Fair enough. Again, that's why we build walls.
My lord. Yes, Strategos.
If I lose this, that's not that big of a deal. Because, yeah, they're recruiting units out of here now. Good, Mordor is still just being lazy. I'm fine with that. Yep. Come up here.
Prepare to arm.
Good.
Sir.
Yeah, I can't win against that.
Yes, Strategos. Sir. Yes, Strategos. Yes, Strategos. Forward. Ambush in place.
I'm just trying to think of which army to send down here. What can I build? Yep, get the training hall. I need more archers. Because I actually can't reach him from here. And I can't reach him here either. So if he attacks that, he's going to take it. That, you know, we'll just save some money by not building that. Be really annoying if he attacks it over the end turn. Just leave one unit there. I think he's going to retreat by doing that. If they come down here and retake this, who cares? Like, we lose one unit, sure. But it's not, like, losing this settlement is not worth losing this one. And I think the AI should think, like, okay, if they attack this, we're gonna, you know, they can't touch that army. And they won't. Yep. That's fine to do that. Good. That's about to go up to tier 2. Should be next turn. But let's see what the AI does.
Awaiting your command. I shall speak with them at once.
A most
Cool.
generous proposal.
Now, if we ever border them down the road, we'll be able to trade with them. Let's see what they do. Yep, that's fine.
We are besieged.
Yeah, we're not going to win that anyway. That's fine. Again, we ended up killing a general for them, which is better. Oh yeah, they're dead. They didn't attack. Good shit. And this is much more defendable now. Oh yeah. Good stuff. That worked out really well. And we got cavalry. Whew. We don't need the cavalry just yet because we're going to be in situations where we're not going to have many open field battles. We're going to be doing a lot of sieges. Alright, next turn we'll be able to bump this up to tier 2. That doesn't need, we don't need built. Yeah, we'll take that because we'll get Galadrim swordsmen and sentinels, which is like our. If I click on the building here and show you guys, it's our late game, or you know, late game. We're on turn 18, but our high tier infantry and missile units. All right, you can rebuild that because we'll be able to start building that again. And yeah, they can't touch this settlement anymore. We do need more missile units, which they're on their way. We can build another missile unit here and send it up that way. Good. If I put this to low, what's it go down to? Yeah. Yeah, it's like 600. For 1.5% extra, yeah, it's not really worth it. I'll keep the money. All right. And you're gonna die. All right. We want to fight this manually, so we ensure we kill as many of them as possible. Actually, it may be smart to get some cavalry. Just for situations like this where we repel like a enemy attack and we need to run them down and wipe them out. Because I'm not sure of the exact percentage. But But I know in like Divide and Conquer, if you kill 97% of the enemy force, the entire army gets wiped out. I don't know the exact percentage in this game, but I think the same thing applies.
Men! Unit! Guard position!
Alright, they won't come and attack me because obviously I'm the attacker. And it's not like Warhammer where if you outrange them, they'll come and attack you. We'll just set up our formation and see what they do. Because these guys have the shortest range. So put them there. Put these guys a little behind them. So if we look at all of our units, they're all firing at the exact same time. And that's what we want. Alright, let's just want to refresh my YouTube studio. There we go. Alright. And let's see how they set up. We can't even see them. I kind of figured they're going to be in trees up on the hill. So let's... In case we discover them, let's move over this way into the open. Because we don't want our shots to get blocked by trees. There they are. Which, it's not going to be completely avoidable, obviously, but if we can limit the amount of trees that we're shooting into, basically, that'll be better. Really, we just need to get in range of them and then start firing. Because once we get in range, they will, they'll start charging at us because we're obviously shooting them. Because, I mean, it is like other Total War games where in some regards, in open field battles, where they won't let you just shoot them. They should, anyway. Okay, I was wrong. Oh, here they go. Smart AI, I tell ya. We're burning a lot of ammo, but they don't have that much left. Elven archers are just so freaking good. Is that all they got left? Yep. Good stuff. Don't get me wrong, Elven archers are really good, so not every faction is like this in terms of their missile prowess. Having 160 range, I think, is what... yeah, the Elven archers, and then it only goes higher from there. It's... Not every archer unit is this overpowered. But, again, something that's overpowered is not bad.
This is a victory fit for the gods, a day of triumph to mark with the certitude.
This is fun. Oh, that's so fun. Because again, something like that, yes, it's super strong, but in terms of Lord of the Rings, elves are supposed to be really good archers. So if you hypothetically, if you nerf archers as the elves, you're nerfing their strengths.
Victory and honor! Orders? Yes, Stradigal.
Good.
Onward.
Suck it.
My lord.
Yeah, we'll take another unit. Which, I know I've talked about that a few times now, but that's just my opinion on it. I get that some people are going to not like it regardless. you know, they want everything somewhat balanced, and you know, that's fine. I get it, but give me things that are broken and just fun to use rather than everything just staying the same. Nope. Even if I were paying attention to those missions, taking Fangorn Camp is not something I would take. This too is an example of what I mean by the AI from Feral and Rome Total War Remastered is just programmed badly, where, you know, some factions, you know, like the Orc Rabble, the Noldor Elves, Dale, for example, like, and these dwarves here, like, they're expanding. It's not every faction that is turtling up like that. It's just a few that they just have a really valuable settlement in Isengard, and they're just programmed to overestimate the amount of force they need to defend it, unfortunately. So, you know, in the future, I expect Isengard to actually push into Rohan, because like in Divide and Conquer, if you guys are familiar with that, Rohan almost never survives in a Divide and Conquer AI to AI campaign, unless you're playing as Isengard versus Rohan or vice versa. Isengard always steamrolls over them. And, you know, Mordor and Gondor, like, it's okay that they don't gain ground because, you know, in terms of Lord of the Rings, like, really it's just a, you know, battle for battle sludge fest. You know, no one really gains the upper advantage for a long time against them. I'm curious to see, because some people have already put in that, like, the free people, like Bree here, go on, like, a conquesting rampage, like, really early on, and I just never see it. So I don't know if it's because I'm not playing as, like, Gundabad, or, like, the elves, and, you know, and, because some factions are scripted differently depending on who you're playing as. But I've played a lot of campaigns in this mod already, and never have I seen the AI free people go on a conquest rampage. So yeah, I don't know what is different that I'm missing out on, basically. Sends you up north. Putting this army in here. Actually, what would be really good is to actually put them in ambush and see if we can lure this army to come over here and try and take this settlement. And just catch them off guard and wipe them out. Good, tier 2. Yep, more archers. Please. Well, do the spearmen, because we're going to get Lothlorien sentries in next turn.
Yes, Strategos.
Okay, go into ambush stance. Here, we'll go into ambush stance here. And we're going for Moria next. It's a custom battle, so I hope you guys will be able to stick around and check that out. But we're just going to get rid of their recruiting settlement, which it doesn't look like they've taken Austin Edel here, so we won't have to worry about, you know, a orc army from the west here coming and trying to reclaim Moria. We'll be able to take Moria, come south here and get rid of them, and then just push completely north and get rid of them. And also, I mean, we can have one of the armies stay here to the east and even go into Dol Guldur if we want to. But that's my game plan now, is get rid of the Orc Rabble, and then focus on Mordor. Isengard, they're just passive. You don't have to worry about them unless you're going to attack them. As far as I know, it could have changed once you border them, but I believe they are just super passive. So, but welcome everyone who's joining the stream. It's good to have you here. Good. Yep, that's growing really well. One turn and we'll have cavalry. That's being built. Okay. Yeah, so they were doing the exact same thing. They were trying to bait me. That's funny. Yeah, we need more missile units there. Keep building units here. We need them. 900. Oh yeah, we just need to keep this defended. And yep, keep sending troops up here. We can repel this attack. If they come down here, we can win against that. Save it again. They'll definitely retreat. And then let's move here and we'll attack Mordor next turn. Or Moria, sorry, Moria. Okay. I'm just worried they're gonna do something with this army here. Good. Alright, we can start using this settlement as a recruiting settlement now too. Where do I want to put him? He's not going to need it because he's going to be doing a lot of sieges. So let's bring him up here. I got 2, so send him up here. Well, actually, because... Okay. So they can't reach me next turn. So yeah, send him to the north. Good. And just recruit some more. And he's getting more. Alright, building time. Economy's still doing fine. I know we're cranking out a lot of troops, but we can definitely sustain it. We could get even more stronger troops. Yep, do it. Because that is one thing too, that I will say that this mod, which I think in Divide and Conquer in their next version, like version 5 I think, they do plan on addressing like their military script, but that's something in this mod that you don't have to worry about. You know, if you know, at the sake of your economy, depending on who you're playing as, if you want to rush your late game high tier units, you can do that and get them. You know, we'll have access to our really like powerful troops before turn 30, where in Divide and Conquer it's like turns like what 60 to 65 or whatever it is in their current version. So it's just like it's a good and bad thing. You know, obviously you have access to it early, but the enemy has access to their troops. Like, I guarantee you Mordor very, very quickly will be spamming out trolls, which trolls are really good in the game. So, but, you know, on top of that, we're going to need our spearmen and our missile units to counter that. But it's just frustrating where you can be steamrolling a faction. But, you know, you could be going up against, say, dwarves, like in Divide and Conquer, right? You'd be playing as Gundabad, and you could be smashing the dwarves, but you need more armor-piercing units, but you can't get them until the military event, which, you know, is almost 70 turns into the campaign. So it's just annoying, I guess. Like, it's a mechanic that, you know, it doesn't benefit the player, and if anything, it prevents you from being able to delete a faction. Like, it literally just and I have found my own ways around a lot of things in Divide and Conquer. Like, Divide and Conquer, for example, does like the last standing army, where if the enemy has 3 settlements, you like beat them down to 3 settlements, they get this massively overpowered army. Which, one way around that, most of the time, you know, it's not like current Total War titles where they can have 1 settlement and like 8 armies. You know, the AI is somewhat limited in terms of what they can recruit based on their settlements and money. And so if they're down to a handful of settlements and they don't have much military left because you've beaten them back, you just siege out all of their settlements until all, you know, it's what I do a lot of times because I hate the last standing army, which I know you can just get rid of it, but you know, I'll besiege their last like 3 or 4 settlements, and that way over the end turn, all of them sally out and try and attack me, and they're so weak at that time, you just auto resolve them and wipe out the faction over the end turn before the last standing army even shows up.
So, prepare for battle.
So,
Begin the siege. Settlement under siege, sir.
one thing that's cool too is, you know, if you guys are Lord of the Rings fans, as I would expect a lot of people watching the stream are, Moria doesn't have walls technically, which in Divide and Conquer you have to take a turn to siege a settlement that doesn't have a wall. Don't have to do that in this mod. There are a lot of things in this mod that just make more sense. You know, the AI has what, 2, 4, 6, 8 units. Where I think if you wait a turn, they do get some extra units. But if I attack right now, 2, 4, 6, 8 units. They don't get, you know, a randomly spawned garrison script of 6 units that come out of their ass. Like, there are a few things in Divide and Conquer that are just so, like, player that it's just annoying. The garrison script is stupid in my opinion. The last standing army is stupid. Like, hey, congrats on beating, you know, a very strong enemy that's been a pain in your ass for, you know, 30 or 40 turns. Now that you've almost killed them, here's a extremely large, extremely powerful army that's come out of nowhere to give you more headaches. Like, but yeah, we're gonna hopefully, knock on wood, doesn't crash and we get through it. But Moria is a customized settlement, so those of you who are still here watching, if you haven't fought the Battle of Moria, you will get to see the new custom map.
Before night comes, this battle will on my order.
That's a interesting placement of my units. There it is.
Infantry unit.
But if I come in here, this is yeah, they do. I will say Divide and Conquer has gotten a little better with their, you know, so you don't, like, your camera doesn't dip down into the, like, to the crevices here. But if I come in here, I'll just start the battle and then hit K so you guys can see. But this is the Moria settlement. I think it's obviously not. It's just I like it. It's obviously, you know, smaller than what Moria obviously was, but you know they're not gonna have a giant map like that for the battle. But it's really cool. I think they've done a really good job with it. The pillars look amazing, in my opinion. And then, you know, they have, essentially, they're walking through the pillars, like from the movies, and then to the left is where Balin is buried, and so that's where the town center is, and then they have the bridge of Khazad-dûm basically right here on the well, I guess I'm on the right side, so the bridge should be on my side, but yeah, it's really, really well done, in my opinion, for like a first customized settlement. So one thing you can do, the camera disc can be a bit jarring. Happens in Warhammer 3. Yeah, it's just annoying. It's something you got to work around, kind of thing. But it is there. Oh, come on. So one thing you'd have to be careful about, being missile units, obviously, you know, which it sounds like common sense, and it is, but use the strengths of your faction. You have missile units, use your missile units. Just because you're in a situation like this, you know, where it's obviously more melee focused, you can still utilize your missile units. Because it was actually funny when we first got access to the mod, you couldn't actually shoot over the gaps. Your arrows would essentially become invisible. They would like shoot into a wall, and you couldn't shoot across the like gaps here. And so I was able to report that one, and they got that fixed, which obviously is nice. Because when you did take Moria, at first you couldn't use missile units. So we do need to be careful though, because we have a lot of armor, and these armored goblins are armor piercing. But yeah, welcome again, everyone who's joining the stream. Alright, you're gonna angle. Oh, they've messed with the. They messed with the. I've had this happen before. It doesn't like bug out, but it doesn't let you. It like bugs out for a little bit and doesn't let you reform. But yeah, shield wall, really, really good at limiting casualties. They're going down. We lost one troop here, but all right, you shoot into them. Just make sure we don't shoot into our own, into the back of our units here. Make sure there's enough of a, you know, distance basically. Can I? Which, if that does happen to you, where it doesn't let you reform your units inside this little area here, just click on a different unit and like tell them to reform, and it should fix it. I don't know why, but it seems to, yeah, it seems to work if you do that. Yeah, we've lost 3 and they've lost about 25, excuse me. Go support them. Let's make like a V formation here and see if we can bait them into basically funneling into this tunnel I'm gonna create. I just don't want to shoot my own units. Good. Oh shoot, I've talked about it earlier. I forgot to double check that I put the mods Discord in the video or the stream description. I don't think I did. I'll remember to do it before the stream's over. Yeah, it bugs out from time to time. But as you can see, it's really easy to fix. You tell unit to move and it fixes it. That's really good. It's working out really well. It's been pretty quiet in the live chat, but I hope you guys are still enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun with it, playing. Obviously, you know, if as a tester and I'm streaming it, if I wouldn't be playing it if I didn't enjoy it. I got a little bit of friendly fire there. So I hope you guys are having fun. In terms of all things considered, it's not a major issue. I'll definitely let them know about it after I finish streaming. And, you know, just be like, hey, if you can check out the live stream, like the Moria battle, and I can timestamp it for them and whatnot. It's something they can look into and fix. It's not like it's so awful where I can't reposition ever again after that. And as you can tell, we're not really stressed in terms of the battle. Take them off guard mode so we can expand and kill them. So one thing that's kind of bad once you get into a situation like this is they do what they should. They stay in the formation that you tell them to stay in. And so they'll turn their backs like this and then start getting attacked from the side, which you don't want to happen. Are you out of ammo? Yes, you are. Okay. So bring him out. Bring you over here. Yeah, they're just more than content with staying over there. That's fine. Hey, TARDIS, what's up, man? Good to see you. Right. Nope, 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 nope. There we go. Alright, you come out here. Oh shit! Yeah, that is annoying. Come on. I think it's just the layout in here. Alright. So I reported it before I forgot. There we go. Oh shit. Which I know it's literally just that area over there, because once we come into this area where it's a little more open and not as tightly condensed, pathfinding, it gets much, much better. So I don't know if it's just because it's this condensed and it's trying to just kind of do too much and put too many entities in such a small area, which I could see that being the issue, is where, you know, even though the walls are like right here, maybe the repositioning like box basically is just smaller than what it says it is, so it bugs out that way. So you're essentially reforming into areas where you shouldn't be allowed to reform into, if that makes sense. And good, we'll be able to flank these guys. They're messing up. Good, we're shooting into the Should be shooting into the sides of them. Yep. That's what we want. Which, they're not all firing, which, you know, it means it's bugged out and the line of sight is blocked, even though they're staring directly into the back of them. So yeah, I think it's just this area hasn't been, like, positioned right in terms of the layout underneath the map itself. Chest is, it's okay, it's still a work in progress, so it makes sense that there would be some bugs. But Moria looks really good in my opinion. We should maybe add a little more things like the lake in it. Oh yeah, and it will, like, even like the Siege of Erebor. I fought that a few times. They definitely. I'm just gonna pause and explain it a little bit. They definitely had more time to work on certain settlements than others. Like Erebor is pretty basic. It's not like in Divide and Conquer where like the gates are super like specialized, or like and Dane's Halls and like Erebor, they have like the dwarven like statues on the outside of them and that kind of thing. Like they haven't had time to do stuff like that to in this mod, which is fine. Again, it's not a, you know, game breaking issue by any means. It's just they haven't had time to work on it because, again, the modding team is very small. I want to emphasize that it is not like they have 100 guys working on this. It's like 5 or 10. I don't know why you're backwards. So, you know, the fact that okay, you're getting wrecked. The fact that they have this much detail in the game anyway is pretty freaking remarkable. So, a lot of stuff that I know some people have already put in the Discord group for the mod. They're like, oh, like, what about a lot of it is, which I kind of expected, and what I told them about would probably happen, is people want already more units and more customized battles, which the stuff's coming. I promise you it will come. It's just they have a lot going on. Again, they're doing what I would do if I was one of the main modders or on the modding team itself. They're working on the foundation of the mod first before jumping in and just piling a bunch of new stuff on a foundation that isn't the greatest. So just have faith that stuff like that is coming. I am like they have my full support in their decisions. They have yet to make a decision without explaining themselves, and the explanation to be like, what the fuck are you guys thinking about? They're very intelligent people that are working on it. We're gonna get rid of, just put these guys in the background. They've taken enough damage, and I don't want them to get killed. So, oh yeah. Not only are they, you know, like actually smart in their process, like decision-making process, but they very actively work with the testers and myself, obviously, since I'm a tester. And now that you guys have access to it, they're very, very like how do I want to phrase it? They're open to criticism and they're open to feedback, and they don't take it personally. You know, if you go in like to the mod Discord and be like, oh yeah, you know, I had this issue, or I would suggest changing this, changing that, you know, they're gonna take that into consideration. They don't have the mind process basically that only their ideas are good ideas, and that that they know everything kind of thing. Like, you know, they may not, you know, think your idea is a good one. Like, I've had ideas that they're like, nope, we're not going to do that, and that's fine, but they don't make you feel like a jackass for suggesting it, is what my point is. You know, they don't just be like, nope, we're not going to do that, and that's the last you'll hear of it. They actually take the time to explain why. You know, they take the time to thoroughly explain why something is the way it is, or why they can't change it. Most of the time, it's not because they don't want to. Most of the time, it's because it negatively impacts the game itself. Whether it causes more crashes, or makes things incompatible with something else. It's never anything I've suggested. It's never been a situation where they just don't want to do it, or they haven't considered it, or something like that. So keep that in mind. Like, even if you guys play it in your own time and you suggest something to them, and you know they tell you no or something, don't, you know, they're not going to be dicks about it. And like my streams, for those who may be new watching the stream, if you're unsure about something, you know, as to why something happens or is programmed that way, or how something works, whatever, the best thing you can do is just ask. Good stuff. It never will hurt to ask, you know, myself or another tester, something about the game. We're not gonna be upset about it, because the thing is, like, you guys could find something when you're playing it that doesn't make sense, or it's super bugged out, or super glitchy, or this siege always causes a crash, or whatever it may be. If you find things like that and you bring it to, you know, my attention, or the modding team itself attention, that's only going to help the mod itself, because they're going to go in, they're going to fix it as soon as they can, and it's just going to be, it's going to be better for you and everybody else playing the game. Good. So yeah, we destroyed those buildings because of the culture penalty. We can't get rid of this culture penalty, excuse me, because it's the building itself essentially, and you can't destroy that. But being in, it's kind of like Divide and Conquer. It's already in the game, where you know, like the elves, their prosperous regions are not mountains, so recruitment and like population growth, like, this is not a good place to try and grow a settlement. With that being said, it wouldn't be the worst idea, though, to be able to recruit things, or like retrain things at least. But also we have Mithril here, so mines. We'll build our first mines. Also wouldn't be bad here. The total value here for the Elven village, which is, I think, in Serene Amroth, wouldn't be too bad. But they also, it's not called Goblin Town, but they also control Goblin Town up here. Obviously, it's a settlement that we need to address and take care of. But other than that, taking Moria from them definitely stifled their ability to grow to the south here. Okay. Which I kind of figured they would do that, which is fine with me, because if I take all of you out, good. We'll be reinforced if they do that. So if they go there and attack me, good for them. Yep, we can do trading post now. Because yeah, the trade will be better because we're getting the resources from Moria. which will be even better once we build the surface mines will be that much better. But yeah, I would like to get Austin Edel too, because it'll help. We'll actually establish a trade connection with the free people, which will help our income. Because if we finally look at our end of turn, not really making any money comparatively speaking from trade at the moment.
Yes. Yes.
Good, really good army coming in there.
Hardware.
Cash is barking in his sleep. Good. Just double checking the buildings, making sure I'm not missing anything. Yep. Good.
Orders, sir.
Do they? Yeah, they disbanded a unit. That's weird.
Yes, master.
They can't be hurting for money. Alright, let's see. So they can only come through here.
Hardware. Ambush in place. Combining troops.
So
Orders.
they'll come into our zone of control. So if they come through here, we should be able to ambush them. Good. Because of the road. So if you guys weren't here for the first part of the campaign, we didn't have roads here, so it actually took 2 turns to get here. But improving the roads improved our campaign movement range, so we can actually get there in 1 turn now. Really, really helpful in terms of being able to defend your settlements. Yep. Keep recruiting here. Send them north. Yep, recruit you and you. Yeah, they're gonna die. We are at war with the Dunlendings, so we just need to be careful here. Because obviously this is not a strong garrison. And that's okay. But yeah, Moria is going to make us... Even though we have a really small population here, those mines are gonna help quite a bit. Yep. We're recruiting where we can. I wonder if they'll stay and attack. Or, yeah, stay and defend. Really, it doesn't matter a whole lot. It's just, it would be a lot easier and convenient if they were to retreat into the settlement. And they won't. That's okay. Because I could... Oh, he can do night battles. Good for him. So yeah, we don't want to do that because it increases his command, which means his units will fight more to the death. But yeah, we'll save it and we'll do this fight. Which, again, balance of power is obviously in my favor, but I'm fighting it manually. Gotta limit damage. I just from experience playing the game, as soon as you get a little bit lazy and start auto-resolving, bigger fights like this, you start taking more damage, and then as soon as you have a weakened army, that's when the AI seems to always attack you. So if you can, again, limit your casualties, One thing I do miss from Warhammer is the game telling me where the enemy reinforcements are coming from. However, on the battle map, you know, if we're attacking them head on, they were directly behind them, so they should come in behind the enemy anyway. Should. It's really hard to see the terrain in some areas, which I've talked to them about that too. The modding team, that is. Hey Jane, how we doing, man? He says, Yo Lemon, how's the mod compared to Third Age Total War? I talked about it earlier, and I don't have a problem explaining it again. It's I kind of have to preface it. You can't compare, in my opinion anyway, just because I think it kind of makes sense. It's and a lot of people are doing it already, and I don't blame them because I can understand why they are. Because I've talked about it with the modding team too, where like they know and like I know and other testers know, like this mod is going to be compared with Divide and Conquer right from the get-go, and rightfully so. I mean, it's the only other Lord of the Rings mod out there. Let's put them in Shield Wall. There are good and bad things, comparatively speaking. Like, well, not good and bad things, just like pros and cons of both games. I think I'm saying that right, Jayton. So I will say Third Age Divide and Conquer has better customized battles and just more unit variety, which the modding team for the Lord of the Rings Total War mod here, they are aware of that, and it's something that they will address in the future. I've talked to them about it. They realize, you know, there's not much unit variety, but it's stuff they plan to address in later versions of the mod. So it's not like, you know, the units in the game are set in stone. So Divide and Conquer does have that on them at the moment. However, the quality of life with the Rome Total War Remastered version is just so much better than it's just so much better than Medieval 2. For example, in Medieval 2, if I wanted to, you know, reform, I'd have to individually click and drag, or, you know, do this and do that. But I don't have to do that in this mod. I can alt and drag. Really, I mean, it's super simple, but it's really, really freaking convenient. With that being, and another thing is like the unit models in terms of like graphic detail. It's just a different engine, but I mean, all things considered, I think the models look great. The faction, like everything works, you know, for the most part. Better modability. Yeah, Rome Remastered is also very moddable. Moddable? Yeah, I think that's a word. But like the quality of life improvements for me are just heads and tails better. And the other.
The enemy army is in flight. Pursue them.
Or they're already they're already running because they think they lost. The other thing to consider is Divide and Conquer has had almost a decade of development, patches, you know, adding in faction mechanics, you know, faction/campaign mechanics. They've added in tons of new units. And so my biggest thing is, and I'll tell this to everyone that, you know, may watch Let's Plays or live streams, if you want a true comparison, compare the mod, because like today is the first day that this mod is open to the public. In terms of like being brand new, like this is it. Like it doesn't get any newer than this. But like people are gonna take the mod, you know, from this day one, and they're gonna compare it to Divide and Conquer, which is almost a decade into development, right? So I mean, if in my opinion, if you want a true assessment of how this mod compares with Divide and Conquer or Third Age Total War in general, go back to Let's Plays that people have done back in like 2013 and 2014 and compare that. Because I mean that's when Third Age Total War really started. The best example I can think of is Lionheart X10. He did a Elves of Lothlorien campaign of Third Age Total War when it first came out. I mean, like if you compare like Third Age Total War and Divide and Conquer when that first became a thing, compared to this mod now when it just now became a thing, this mod kicks its ass. Like it's not even close. In terms of quality of life, the units, the faction mechanics, all that stuff, like there's just no comparison. There's nothing in the original Third Age Total War or Divide and Conquer that this mod does not beat, in my opinion. Everything sounds fair. Thanks for your opinion. Definitely going to install Run Remastered again just to try. Yeah, I mean that's the thing too, is if you play it and you don't like it, that's okay. But I think given it time. Obviously, by time I mean a few years. For this mod to, for the community to get access to the mod, to download it, to play it, to have their own thoughts. And I think this mod has a very big opportunity for success and growth for the mod. I think this mod has the chance to be better than Divide and Conquer. It just... Because the foundation that this mod is built upon and the engine it uses is just it's just better than what Medieval 2 has to offer, in my opinion. Chat says, I'm out, man. As usual, enjoy the stream. Have a good one. Hey, thank you, Chats, for stopping by, buddy. Just hope the dwarves ain't the same height as human and elves. Oh, they are not. They are not. They are quite short. They are quite short and field arguably some of the best infantry in the game. Which, if you ask me, they should. They're dwarves. And they do not break. They will fight basically into the very last entity, regardless of how many units they actually have left in a unit card. Dwarves are really fun, in my opinion. It's obviously playstyles. If you like archer units, go with elves. If you like infantry, dwarves are the thing to go with. Dwarves are a really fun campaign. Really, really fun. As you would expect, really strong melee, really strong economy with mining. It's just a really, really well done. And the good thing is like this game is in its patch 1.0. It's been a less than a year of development for this mod in general. So I mean, like, it's just I think given time, this mod can surpass Divide and Conquer. I really believe that. It's just people gotta be patient and let the game develop just like they did with Third Age Divide and Conquer. It's not going to happen overnight. It needs to be given the time to do that, and I think people will. I'm just... The only thing I'm worried about is that people are just going to be like, oh, it's not as good as Divide and Conquer, and it's like, there's just so many things there that people are missing in terms of... Been like, okay, you're not wrong. Like, some things are better, some things are worse, but this mod is patch 1.0, man. I mean, this is as fresh as it can be in terms of a public release. I mean, it doesn't get any newer than that. Not to mention, like, when we first started testing the mod, they came out with oh gosh, I think they came out with 6 patches during during my time of testing, which was like 2 months or like 2.5 months of testing. Then they came out with 6 patches, and they were not your like one or two issue fixing patches. I'm talking like novels. Like 15 to 20 things that they fixed and adjusted or improved based on the feedback from myself and other testers. So I haven't seen, you know, progress like that from a mod in a long time, especially because this this modding team that's working does not have the manpower that Divide and Conquer has. So the fact that, you know, the very small team that is working on this mod is able to devote that much time, they're doing a great job with it. And like I talked about it earlier, but again, like more customized settlements, more, you know, more units, all that stuff. They have it on their plate. It's not something that they, you know, haven't thought about or aren't aware of. It's just they're trying to get the foundation of the game as perfect as they can before adding upon it. Because if the foundation to the mod is busted, it doesn't matter if they, you know, if they make the Dwarven roster have 40 units. You know, not that they would. Oh shit, I'm not paying attention. Not that they would need 40 units, but, you know, hypothetically speaking, you know, it does no good if they add in 40 units into the game, even in general, but the foundation to the game is busted and those units just don't work like they should. So patience will be a huge thing. Now says, with the caveat that Dak has had a decade of development and this mod is based on a newer engine. Right. And like there's a lot of like asterisks, like, you know, like, yeah, this is better in Divide and Conquer, but, you know, they haven't had the amount of development time that Divide and Conquer has. This mod uses a newer engine that Dak has, so, you know, they're gonna have those things. And I mentioned it earlier too, like, you know, if Medieval 2 gets a remaster, or say like they make Medieval 3 and they just have an upgraded gaming engine, and then Divide and Conquer, you know, their next like versions are with that upgraded system, you know, that's great. It's going to be better for Divide and Conquer, but right now they don't have that, and their next version 5, is based off the Medieval 2 engine still. So and that's not even out for public release yet. So, you know, as of right now, you know the next installment of DAC is not going to be on an improved gaming engine. That's their general, so if we can kill him, that'd be really good. Jane says, "Wow, I recall DAC devs struggled with dwarf model skeletons a lot. They were either tall or broken during animation." Oh yeah, no, I don't know how well custom battles do on live streams, but no, the Dwarven, they did a really good job. The Dwarven models are, you know, they're what you would expect. They're short, you know, they're midgets. Send these guys back because they're out of ammo. So yeah, they did a really good job. They should be dying fairly quickly since their general is now dead. Alright, they're gonna stay in there because the AI will keep certain units in a certain number of units in the town center to defend it. That's a grudge in OA Tolkien. Dwarves don't have the book. That's right. They're still stingy douchebags at times, but no book. And like for me, like I've noticed it, like it looks more not cartoony, but just different, obviously, than Medieval 2, and that's expected. It's a different engine, but just because they look different, you know. If I pause it and get as close as I can, like this model, like the graphic detail is there. Like it's not like they just threw stuff together to make the models. And the elves and the dwarves, similar to Dak, still have some of the best graphical design in terms of unit cards in the game. Rune also has very beautiful units, really well done animations. Mumakil are really well done in the game as well. I'm trying to think of other entities that are different.
Full of fear, and now they flee.
Trolls, I do like the divide and conquer trolls better in terms of appearance. Yes, it's not bad. Not a bad ratio, I'd say. I don't know. What do you guys think? 34 to almost 2,400. Jane says, "What's about general faction balance on the global map and Lord of the Total?" Oh, sorry. What about the general faction balance on a global map and the mod? Does any faction always dominate certain map areas like Mordor and Dak? Not really. There's no like one faction that just goes ball to the wall, basically. And some people have already noticed it when playing it, and I'll explain. I'll explain why. So when we first started testing the mod, there were a few big issues. There are two different. There's a campaign decision that you do at the start of the campaign on turn 2, where the game asks you, Jane, if you want to do like a allied, like I think it's like keeping good versus evil, where it's a scripted event. So if you hit yes, like the quote unquote good factions fight the quote unquote evil factions, and so basically it keeps your allies from betraying you, because like when we first started testing the mod, you could have you could have perfect relations with a faction and they'll betray you. Because like in Rome Total War, if you guys played that, it didn't matter if you were allies with somebody for 100 turns. If you had like, if I'm allies with Rohan, right? In the initial mod when we were testing it, Rohan would be bordered with me. We would be allies. They would see that it's a settlement. Like the AI would just basically be like, it's a settlement I border, and it's a settlement that's very weak defended. And those two things would trump your 100 positive relations with you. So they would just straight up attack you and betray you. And it would happen no matter the campaign you played. And so they put that script in, where if you keep that script, it's basically the movies where it's good versus evil. And so if you accept that script, your allies, they basically can't betray you unless you betray them. They are scripted to not betray you because of that annoying factor. The other campaign is you can basically not do that scripted event, where it's just a free-for-all, kind of like what Divide and Conquer has, where you could be playing as the dwarves of Khazad-dûm and become allies with the orcs of the Misty Mountains. Like, it could happen in that campaign in Divide and Conquer. And so it's two very vastly different campaigns, because in that campaign, the AI is not scripted to stick with your alliance. If they want to betray you, they can betray you, kind of thing. But because of that, some AI factions are more passive than others. The Sylvan Elves, Dale, the Dwarven... Excuse me, I keep burping. Dwarven factions, Mordor, Rune, and Harad all seem to expand fairly easily. But Rohan and Isengard are the ones that are super, super passive. And that is not a mod issue. That is a feral. The people that did Rome Remastered and whatnot, that is a them issue. Basically, it's just scripted for the AI to overestimate the amount of force they need to defend a certain settlement. And because of that, even though I know just from playing this campaign that they have like 3 full stacks of like 60 plus units. And it's not that they couldn't expand, because they definitely could. but they're just programmed to think that they need all of those units to defend Isengard. And that's not something that the modding team can change. That is something Feral has to change in their programming. So they are aware of that, but it's just not something that they can change at the moment. But really, there's not one faction that just steamrolls everything. Gondor does a really good job of basically battling back Mordor. It looks like Mordor is finally creeping in over here on me. But like Mordor 2, they have access to Rune and Harad units, so that's really cool. But yeah, Mordor, all things considered, Mordor is definitely one of the stronger races in the game. They have a really strong economy. Their units are dirt cheap, and almost all of their units only take 1 turn to recruit. So they can spam a lot of armies at you really quick. Unit models remind me of Warcraft 3. Not it's cartoonish, but the color play. Yeah, that'd be a good example. Alright, let's leave 1 unit behind and come down here. And hopefully they fall for the ambush. I will save it again. Just catch up on some of the chat here. Eugene, welcome to the chat. And welcome to the stream. He says, late to the stream, just 10 minutes in. Really appreciate your comment that you want to be a teacher. And no stupid questions. Yeah, no problem. It's mainly, I ran into that problem when I first started playing Warhammer 2 years ago. So like when that was 2020 already. So I started playing Warhammer just right before the COVID pandemic, and back then, my point of view anyway, granted, it's not going to be everybody's experience with the game, and I get that, but back then it was play this way because like in terms of like content creators and whatnot and people who like watch them, and if you went to Discords or forums, I was always told, okay, you're playing as this faction, do this because this person says so, because they say it works really well. And there was no like, okay, why does it work really well? Why doesn't other combinations work well? What is the thought process behind it? It was just a do this because you're told so, because it works, because it's been tested and proved by this person. And frankly, that was a bunch of bullshit. Pardon my language, but I don't like to swear a ton on the stream. It does occasionally happen. But I was like, that is such a shit reason to do something, and I hated that. But everywhere I went, no matter what channel I watched or wherever, that is constantly what I was told was, do this because we say it's good. And it was just always, that was always the response I got. Even when I started playing Divide and Conquer, which I started playing Divide and Conquer a long time ago. Like, I started playing Third Age Total War back when it first became available, so I've been playing that for a long time. I got like 2,000 hours into Divide and Conquer. But even with that mod, it was like, oh, like, do this because we say you should do it. Like, it was never a, hey, do this because of this reason, because of X, Y, and Z. It was just, do this because we say so, and because we say it works. And if you don't do that, well, then it's your fault for not doing what we tell you to do. That's just, I think that's bullshit, like, to the millionth degree. And jumping ahead to nowadays, I think more people are getting away from that, like, ideology. Hey, Cash. This is my dog, Cash, by the way, for those of you who are new. This is my doggo. Hey, Bubba. He's been sleeping the whole time right by me. Alright, get down. I gotta play and chat with people. luckily, like, I think a lot of the communities that are playing like Total War or turn-based games, it's not a play on the hardest difficulty because that's what you should do, or, you know, play this way because I say so kind of thing. I think a lot of like people who do, like for me example, I do the faction and unit guides for the mod, and I plan to do for Warhammer 3 as well once Mortal Empires comes out. Like, a lot of those videos, a lot of people are turning, like, they're deciding to play games the way they actually want to play them versus being told how to play the game. Because for me as a content creator, when I first started, like, I was playing on the hardest difficulties and using certain strategies because that's what I was being told to do, because it was the only, you know, I was so wound up in, like, if I don't do this, you know, I'm not going to have a successful campaign. And if I go to a forum or a discussion group, you know, I'm going to explain my problem, and they're going to be like, well, are you playing like this? I'm going to be like, no. And they'll be like, okay, just do this and you'll be fine. Like, I just hate that mindset. I think that's such a broken mindset to have when playing games like this. And eventually, like, it started ruining my love and passion for games like this. And so I stopped doing that. I just said, you know, I said, fuck that. You know, like, I'm going to start playing games how I want to play because I enjoy playing it that way. And that's, you know, I often elaborate a lot more than I need to, as you can tell, Eugene. But, you know, like, and I know my playstyle is going to be different from people, and not everybody is going to, you know, jump on board onto how do I play the game. But I think I do a better job than some people in terms of explaining why I do something. I don't necessarily do something because it's the easiest or the most effective or the most cost efficient or whatever. I do it because I enjoy it, and I explain why I enjoy it and why I think it's better than other options. And if, you know, if someone disagrees with me on that, that's totally fine. You know, just because I think something works and they don't doesn't mean that either of us are wrong. I just take the time to explain my thought process behind it. And luckily, I think, anyway, from what I've seen on like other people's live streams, other people's content that they're being made, more people are going that route where they're saying, I'm going to play how I want to play because I enjoy it, and I want to know strategies at the difficulty or the setting or the playstyle I want to play at. You know, people I think are getting out of the ideology where they have to play a game on a certain difficulty in a certain way, and there's only one way to play it. But alright, I want to recruit this unit here and then send. I'm probably actually gonna have to leave a little bit of a garrison down here. Mordor taking this is troublesome. I need to get some more troops over here pronto, which I am. Does this actually do anything? Archers, sentries, cavalry. So yeah, it only increases the public order bonus, which I don't need. So let's do money. And I mean, I with that, you know, with all that being said, I know I'm a smaller channel. I know, you know, my channel is not big enough, you know, to really gain a lot of people. But I'm hoping, you know, people will come, especially with the mod becoming public now. People will come, they'll enjoy my playstyle, they'll subscribe to the channel, my channel will grow, and I'll be able to, you know, just interact with more people and answer questions. Because when I was learning how to play Warhammer and I was being told all that stuff, and I was asking, you know, I was asking beginner questions because I was a beginner and I was being shit on for being a beginner because I didn't know how a faction or a unit operated. And it's like, what am I supposed to do? Like, You know, it's not like I just, you know, decided to come on here and be a troll. Like, people ask questions because they want an answer. That, you know, unless they're obviously being, you know, just stupid and just trying to mess with somebody. But most of the time, like, when people ask questions on streams or in group, like Discord groups or whatever, like, they're asking because they simply don't know. Because not everybody is a master at the game. You know, it takes time to get good at a game, no matter what game you're playing. And sometimes they get stuck, and sometimes they need help. And that's okay. So, you know, I want my channel for a place to be those, you know, if someone has 2,000 hours in a game, they can come and help people that are just starting out the game. Like, I want that atmosphere where people come here because they feel like they can ask questions and not get treated like shit for it. Because I've been there. I've had that happen to me, and it just, the only thing it does is it deters you from asking questions again, and it deters you from wanting to play that game again. But alright. Anyway, back to the game. Yeah, need to keep an eye out on that. I think there's another settlement right here. Sorry, I got a freaking ingrown hair there. It freaking hurts. But I need to get rid of the orcs down here, because they'll just continue to be a pain in my ass. Diplomat. Sure, I'll talk to Erebor. If and when my borders ever link up with them. It won't happen for a really long time. Eugene says it would be cool to have Ruin, Harad, and Dunlanders as a wild faction that can switch sides to have a bit more flexibility. I mean, I will say the Dunlandings, they are the only faction, that and the Free Peoples, they are the only factions I haven't touched yet. Mainly because just looking at their rosters are complete shit. The Free Peoples have a very different campaign anyway. Like, if you play as the Free People, I just know from reading stuff from other testers, like, your goal as the Free Peoples is to actually take the ring to Mordor and destroy it. Like, when you play the Free People campaign, your goal is not to expand. It is literally to take the ring to Mordor, and that's how you win playing as that faction. But the Dunlandings, their roster is just, it's so bad. So bad. Their infantry is bad. Their missile units are bad. They're susceptible to missiles. Like, they're just weak against everything. Like, even light tier infantry, their light tier infantry is just so bad. They're just bad. I don't know how to, like, I just don't know how to describe it. They just don't have anything going for them, and I've tried, like, looking at, like, their units and to try and think of ways you could do it, but, like, all of their units, every single one of them, more or less, is weak against Rohan, which you're fighting against Rohan from the get-go. If you go north, I mean, taking all this territory, like, yeah, it would be great, you'd make money, but then you run into the elves, the dwarves, another elven faction, like, and they will shred you. So, like, you're trapped in this location because your armies are so bad. No matter which way you go, it's it's not even an uphill battle. I don't even know how to freaking describe it. It's so tough to really succeed with their campaign. It's just so rough. I don't know. Hey, Skaven Dan, welcome to the stream. It says filthy elf things. Oh man, I love me some Lord of the Rings Elven action though. Believe me, if I could play Skaven, I'd be playing Skaven. Good. Just throw them in there. Both of these units need to come down here. And you can just recruit a swordsman unit.
Move out. Yes, sponge.
Okay. Alright. This army
Yes,
is strong. After we get that unit, we can easily... I mean, we can easily beat that now, but I need enough where I can leave some units behind and move forward. So we'll recruit another Galadrim sword unit and put it in the army so we can leave him there. Let's check out buildings. And yeah, we're moving into our economy stuff now, which is good. So I'm curious to see. We're going to get mines built here. We don't have... that won't be significant enough if we look. Yeah, it's only increasing our income by 16. But other than that, we don't have any economic buildings being completed on this turn. So let's see how much our income jumps from building the mines at Moria. Secret extra race? Oh man, that'd be so dope. Let's pop a save and move on just in case it crashes. But really, all things considered, it's been pretty good. It's been much better than I anticipated it being. Did you opt for the Lawful Evil campaign, or don't you get that option? Or don't you get that option being the elves? Sylvan. Scare small children. Yeah, I'll take him, even though he's ugly. Yeah, I chose the scripted like alliance, like good versus evil script. Yeah, we gotta get. He's moving towards. I'm actually surprised. I really think the AI for the most part is fairly passive until you border them, and then it's just like all hell breaks loose. So what, we gain like 300 per turn. Wasn't as much as I thought. Mining 660. I wonder if because it doesn't cost us anything to move our capital. Yeah, it didn't adjust our income, so that's fine. The only reason why you would do that, the more centralized your capital is, the more money you can make. Also helps with public order a lot. Good. Yeah, you're gonna die. You're dead. Yep, you're fine. That's not bad. Another place where we can get Lothlorien sentries. Which it's something I should note. Recruitment is restricted to certain regions. So, like for Rohan, for example, you have to have the horse resource to train like Rohan cavalry, and same with like Elven archers, like the Galadrim. You have to have, I think it's a hidden resource, but you have to have a certain like elvish resource to recruit like your late game units. Alright, listen to me, you knife-eared piece of shit. Oh man. So expensive. And they just... The vanguards are just so much better. Because they have the anti versus large. They have a shield wall. They're a little cheaper. I mean, not by much, but they are cheaper. The Galadrim Sentinels, they just... The 61, unit models, it's just... I don't like that. They do have 2 hit points, which is really good. They got some extra range, but it's just... I don't know. I mean, I would recruit it for the... just like the lulls to have a Galadrim army, but they also take 3 turns to recruit. So it's just... Right now, it's just really hard to justify that when I need other units faster. Alright, that's fairly safe now. Let's send you down. Send... keep... Yeah, we can send you up north. Imagine the Siege of Gondor, but the Skaven show up to save them with weapons teams and a nuke. Or, like, think of it from Gondor's side when, like, Denethor thinks Faramir is dead and he, like, goes out on the outlook and sees, like, the massive, like, hundreds of thousands of orcs sieging a settlement. And he's just like, oh, what the fuck did I get into? And then he's like, hey, guys, don't worry. Let me phone a friend and call in Icket Claw. I'll take care of those. I'll take care of that orc army real fucking quick. Yeah, this just needs to be a money province. Ooh, I could use him to take Austin Edel and build up an army doing that. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So build just the tier 1 archers. Because they're just easier to, they'll be faster to replenish over there. Okay. Just trying to think. Okay. Yep, that'll be nice. Get that to the next tier. It'll help with public order as well. I think that's it. Yep. Save it. Do that siege. Which, sieges are easy. And one thing that is weird, there are no siege towers, or like wall towers, in the game. I've fought at Minas Tirith, like Isengard, Dol Guldur. The only towers that they have are like in these wooden provinces with these little ones. It's really, it's just different. Obviously, it's just different. Actually, 3 of you can hold on to them. You can drop it. You'll go there. You'll go in the middle. You'll go right there. But we will be using our missile units to destroy them. Let's see. Yeah, I appreciate you, Skaven Dan, for being here. If you guys are new to my channel, Skaven Dan is a really good. You'll see his name a lot in Radiant Ashes streams, as well as I believe Dame Offensives. He's a really good guy, really fun to talk to during streams. And he's a big Warhammer player. He does co-ops pretty often, from what I can tell, with like Radiant Ash. And it's just, he's a really knowledgeable Warhammer player. So he's coming from the Warhammer community. Yeah, no problem.
Soldiers are at the walls. Now they must batter a way through.
See, I think you would like this. I think you would like this, Dan, because you know it's just like Warhammer 2 siege tactics. You just, you know, the AI just lets you shoot them. See?
Show no mercy. The enemy walls are down. Make sure
And
the soldiers are
the good thing is I don't even have to worry about magic, because it's not a thing. And well, shouldn't say magic is not a thing, because there's obviously some magical things that happen in Lord of the Rings, but see, they're just bringing enemies to the wall. It's just like Warhammer 2, baby. Just get wrecked. Oh, now they're retreating because they're a bunch of pussies. Alright. Yeah, that's fine.
Great gods! Our soldiers have done well this day.
Yeah, right?
The walls are
No winds of death, no flame storms, none of that good stuff. It's just brute strength versus my missile units, and my missile units are bae. Alright, go to the shield wall.
Shield wall.
I think that's too close.
Units, run.
I think it's close enough that they're gonna start coming at me. Let me
My lord.
think.
Units,
You can't outsmart me, boy.
make haste. Units, units, double dive.
Steven says, "Are you no one?" Oh, I read that one. Are you big on the historical titles then? And I do wonder what the next one. Not really. So I grew up playing. My dad. The reason I got into Total War anyway was actually my dad. He was a big history buff, nerd, whatever you want to call him. And so he passed that on to me. So I grew up when I was like. I was 7 years old when Rome Total War came out. And so I played Rome Total War growing up, and I really enjoyed Rome Total War. Played Medieval 2, like Age of Empires, that kind of stuff.
The enemy general flees. Press forward.
And then played Rome 2 a little bit.
The enemy general is slain.
Played
And now he's
like
laying
tons
fierce.
and tons of
Press
Medieval
the
2. Like,
attack.
I have 2,000 hours of Medieval 2. That is not accurate. All of that gameplay is like all divide and conquer for Medieval 2 for the Lord of the Rings mod. Medieval 2, I played Medieval 2 before I had a Steam account. So like, but yeah, I put in so many hours playing Medieval 2. But I played. I think I got a few hundred hours into Rome 2, but then at that point I was kind of getting burnt out of historical titles, and started playing Warhammer, and so that's what I was just looking for a different game to play, and I got into Warhammer, and it's kind of been, I haven't touched historical titles since then. Yeah, the lack of stream hides how much. The lack of Steam hides how much of. Oh yeah, me too. Like, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how many hours I've actually put in, like, to Medieval 2 and whatnot.
This victory shows
Not too bad, not a bad ratio.
of mortals like us.
Skaven Dan would appreciate the legend. That's funny. But I don't know. I think Creative Assembly has. I don't think it's that they don't want to do a historical title. It's that the historical titles that they have come out with lately have performed so badly for them that they're just invested into doing more like Warhammer type games, like Three Kingdoms, Troy, Thrones of Britannia. Like, all those games flopped because they just didn't put the time and effort in, I think. And I mean, that was, they were doing DLC for Warhammer 2, and Warhammer 2, comparatively speaking, just kicked ass in terms of DLC. And so I think they've just, like, as much as people want, like, a new historical game, they just don't care, really. Like, excuse me. Like, long story short, it's just not a priority. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. To them. And so I think it's something unfortunate, but in terms of what I think they would do next, I don't know. That's tough. Because I would say like a medieval remaster, but Rome Remastered, comparatively speaking, did a terrible like performed terribly in terms of like people actually enjoying and receiving the game well. Like, people did not like Rome do not like Rome Remastered, and so I think they were using like Rome Remastered as kind of a like, they're just they tested the waters with it. Basically, they're like, okay, if Rome Remastered does well in terms of people coming back to it, we'll do like a Medieval 2 remaster kind of thing. But I think for a while they're just gonna double down on Warhammer, which I don't blame them, with Warhammer 3 and Immortal Empires and all that jazz. So who knows? Maybe Medieval 3. I think if they're gonna do another historical title, they gotta go like big scope. They can't do like China with Three Kingdoms or Troy, like small Greece. Like, they gotta go big in terms of gameplay. None of this small world. Like, go full world kind of thing. In regards to what that is, I have no idea. But I think if they really want a, I think too, just to please the historical community, if they want to kind of bring that back, they got to go big scale. Let's say they're working on something for us. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I really don't know. I have let's recruit a diplomat and get military access with them. But yeah, for me anyway, like I enjoy history, I enjoy historical titles, but it's not like it's not like, oh my god, I'm waiting for this historical title to come out. I'm just not. I am, however, with that being said, I am excited for a historical title to be used with the total, like, the Warhammer engine. Because, you have Rome 1, Rome 2, Medieval 2, some older engines being used, and I'm excited for a historical game just with a updated gaming engine. And as I liked Three Kingdoms, but I refused to buy any of the DLC since none of it was related to the time period taking place shortly before 80 years after. I don't care about that period. Yeah, it's just very...
Before night comes.
Oh, they did a night battle on me? Yeah, it's going to be very hard to see. I do apologize for that. It's something I've talked to them, like the modding team, about. Like, night battles, like fighting in Mordor, it's very, very hard to see what the hell is going on. And they're going to get shredded. What do I want to do with you? I don't really want them in the fight at all. I want them to be used to run down the enemy. And also, they took a game called Three Kingdoms and made DLC that was unrelated to Three Kingdoms. That's why it flopped, in my opinion. What do you... If I see nothing, sir? Yeah, I apologize. And it's nothing that brightness will help fix. It's just how it is. I have mentioned it to them. They are aware of it. I don't know what they're going to do in terms of like helping it, but they are aware of the issue. So. Because yeah, fighting at the Black Gate and inside Mordor is really fun. It's really cool, but you can't see anything. And one thing that Divide and Conquer does really well is the ability to like flash the enemy units, which you can do that a little bit with the spacebar, but as you can tell, it doesn't really highlight anything. It's still really hard to see. And it says, to be honest, Rome 1 and Medieval 2 unmodded aren't very good games. Mostly historical because, come on, Bronze Age Egyptians, the appeal for them today is the modding scene. Right. And like if they're going to do something, they need to do it really well. And I think in one of Legend of Total War streams, that is, he talks about how they're trying to combine like fantasy with historical, and just keep them separate. Keep them separate. Make it accurate for people, you know. So no bronze, you know, none of that stuff like in Rome 1. You know, medieval, like I think kind of what they really need to do, you know, if they want to do like a revamped Medieval 3, fine, do that. And with a newer engine, add in campaign mechanics. It's just something that Medieval 2, which all of those games back in those days just really lacked. Like, it was just like, okay, you're playing as the Julii, attack the world. You're playing as Egypt, attack the world. There's nothing passively you're like playing for. And it's even the same a little bit in Medieval 2. Like, I talked about it in my streams when I first started, where a lot of the factions I really hated were factions that had no special campaign mechanics, which is something that they addressed in Warhammer 3. All of the Warhammer 3 factions have a game style mechanic that they play into, that they use. It's something you can use throughout the entire campaign. Whether it's the Cathay with the caravan mechanic, you have grimoires, for siege, skulls, infections, all of that stuff you can use throughout the entire campaign. It's not a call a jihad or a crusade and it lasts for 10 turns and then it's over. It's not that. So I think it's something that they can introduce, they can bring into the game. They just, whatever they decide to do, they can't half-ass it. They need to take the time, go big scale, none of this small scale stuff. Go big and do it right. Take the time they need to take. Alright. I'll fire at will. And we're going to slow it down. Go shoot him and just harass him with your ammo. Because they're just isolated. I don't know why they're up here. Who are they being pelted by? If they make another Rome and Medieval, they need to make a queue from Paradox Imperator, Rome, or Crusader King map. And I don't even know what that... I don't know anything Paradox, so I don't know. But they... All I can say for sure is if they really want to... if they want to make people happy and they want to do it quote-unquote right, they need to go big scope. They've got enough of these small scope titles in. It's not what people are interested in, to start with. If they want to use the excuse, be like, well, Three Kingdoms and other stuff didn't sell DLC. Okay, increase the scope of it. You could put what's going on in Troy, and then just make that throughout, the Mediterranean, what's going on at that time period. Troy could just be like a separate mechanic for certain factions in that time period. They just don't do that, If that unit gets destroyed, I could care less. And they're all withdrawing already. So when the enemy does that, they just think they can't win. How can you guys not see them? See, it's so dark my own units can't even freaking shoot. But yeah, this doesn't mean that they've routed and I've won the game or won the battle. They simply hit the retreat button, and if I charge into them, they will come and attack me. Because as you can see here, they're still fighting me over here. But yeah, you can see, like, these swordsmen, like, they're fighting goblin garbage, and they're losing. You know, I am playing on hard difficulty, but they're still struggling. But we won. At least come and wipe this unit out. The Paradox Rome map extends to India. The Crusader map was... Oh, okay, I gotcha. Hey! Knock it off. Licking himself. Right, like, they could, like, bring all of that stuff together. Like, obviously not Three Kingdoms and Troy and all that, but, like, even, like, the Troy time period, like, I know a lot of, you know, that you have the Minotaur mythology and all that stuff, but it's supposed to be a historical game. Don't put fantasy stuff in a historical game. Like, it doesn't make sense. It pisses people off. Like, they just, you know, they want a historical game. That's what they want. You know, like, I mean, they obviously have to find a time period that overlaps, like Rome, like the rise of Rome, you know, and then bring in the factions with the medieval ages, the Mongol invasion, the great, you know, the plagues, the Timurids, Timurids, like all that stuff. Like, it's all relatively within that time period, and they bring that in, and that's a good job. And they just, you know, they just need to do that again, but just take the time to do it right. You know? The fantasy stuff in Choice is exactly why I didn't buy it. I know it's optional, but that's not the point. I mean, but that's the thing is with that though, the DLC they made doesn't pertain to the game. Like, you know, like, and that's what I'm saying is, like, it doesn't go together. Like the CA can't use, like, oh, you know, we're stopping Troy, we're stopping Three Kingdoms because the DLC didn't sell right. But, like, my thing is, like, is the DLC stuff that they made, does it even go with the game that they're trying to sell? You know? You know, it's like they're, you know, in a really weird metaphor, it's like they're trying to sell like, not that people wouldn't obviously still buy the stuff, but, you know, it's like they're advertising lemonade, but they're selling milk and cookies kind of thing. You know, it's just two things, like, on their own, it could work really well, it could sell, but they don't, you know, they're saying one thing, but advertising another. I don't know. All the units have left. Oh, there's a unit right there, okay. I was like, why haven't I got the army losses? But there's one right here. They're just exhausted and very slow moving. You know, like, if they were to have taken Troy and, like, just done, like, strictly the historical aspect of Troy and made DLC for that, I think it would have done better than what it did. And, like, what I think they tried to do with Three Kingdoms, like I personally don't like starting, like, a different campaign at different time periods. Like, like people playing Total War want that sandbox experience kind of thing, and you don't have that with Three Kingdoms, really. Like, it's like, okay, you know, you have different time periods, and then you have a sandbox. Like, it's like if you want to play as this faction or whatever, it's like, okay, you can, but it's, you know, it's 5 separate campaigns in one game essentially, and it just, to me, that doesn't work. It just, it sounds weird to me anyway. Like, it doesn't sound like it belongs there. Let's come talk to you guys. Alright. Okay. You need to get over here. Or actually, no, this is the... I forgot. Build you? Good stuff. Yeah, we wrecked. So we lost a few swordsman units. Who cares? Because we can do this. So they took that settlement too, huh? Just hide there. Yeah, screw it. Just go there. If they attack that unit and we lose it, it's not a big deal. I just want another unit there that I can move that army on from. Good. Alright. Yep, that's good. What do I want to build here? I don't really need the population building there. Public order's fine. For now. But yeah, just keep improving my economy. Yep, more archers. Economy is still fine. More like lemonade, and if you pay an additional 50%, we'll give you a piece of gum to chew with your lemonade. I need to head out for a bit, but good luck on the rest of the campaign. Hey, thank you, Anon, for stopping by. For those of you who are new, if you come back to my streams in the future, Anon234 is the name that you will see very often. He's a really, I mean, basically been here from day one in terms of supporting the channel. So, really good guy. He's very, very fun to talk to. So, all right, let's see. We'll attack that. I don't know if I can beat that. Captain Witch King. Even in an ambush, I don't think I can win. He's going to need cavalry to... I'm really confused why he can't build walls. Like, it's just garbage. Let's build another archer unit there. Good, we'll go to tier 2 there next turn. Same with here. Yeah, we just need to keep recruiting. Gotta keep recruiting. Our enemies are ever growing in strength and in number. But yeah, here's Isengard's like 20, 40, 60, 8, 11. So they got 80 units sitting right here. 80 fucking units. Yeah, he needs to stay there just in case. You never know. Isengard might get happy, come and attack me. Alright. We'll save it and we'll fight that battle. been I know there's not too many people here at the moment, but it's been a really fun stream. So I want to thank you guys who were here. I could take this with no damage. I don't like that though. Can't be lazy. Not being lazy.
Take up the spear
And it very well could have been here that I wouldn't have taken any damage, but it's just not something I want to take the chance on. Nope. There we go. Alright. He'll just be at the town center anyway. We'll send some of you guys over here. Actually, how do I want to do this? Because if he starts coming at me, I still want all my units to be able to fire. So alright, you guys come over here. You defend him. And then you guys can come through the middle. That way they're just constantly being peppered. All in drag. I love that you can do that in this game. Arguably one of the best quality of life improvements. You know, between the two, Divide and Conquer and this mod. Yeah, they just don't know where to go. Die, boy. There we go.
Gods be praised. This victory is surely their work, not that of mortals like us.
Good job. Good job. Yeah, it's already been over 4 hours for the stream. It's gone by really quickly for me. I've really enjoyed seeing some new names and, you know, new faces on the stream. Alright, yeah, get rid of all of this. Just gotta get rid of the cultural penalty that comes with it. Yep, that's fine. Tax rate. And let's save it again, just in case we get attacked over the intern. Always, I know I've said it a few times, always save it before and after a battle, just in case it does crash. Alright, yeah, they're just sitting there. That's, you know, good for me. Good for me, bad for them. Because I am a-comin'. Yep. How many units do I need to take? Well, I need to fight this army and then that. So I'm gonna need like probably 11 or 12 units to take that. Unfortunately. Yeah, I might as well build walls. It'll help with public order. Yep, we're recruiting there. Good. Tier 2. Holy shit. Get ready, boy. Because you are in the thick of it. Alright, good. Yeah, if we could get another spearman unit, I'd really appreciate that. Good, we're going to get another archer unit. I don't think they're going to attack. Again, the AI is very passive in the game so far, but it won't stop them, you know. I'm not sure what, you know, the AI, in terms of programming, what they determine is finally a safe enough time to attack. But I really feel like if I move any of these units out, that's when they will attack, and it's getting closer to going up to tier 2, and I've put the time and effort in to kind of hold on to it, so I'd rather not lose that settlement if I could not lose it, kind of thing. Oh, I know what I was gonna said I was gonna do. I need to check the description of the live stream, and in case you guys, you know, are really enjoying the live stream, yeah, I put my Discord in. I'm also gonna put in the Lord of the Ring, like the mods Discord itself. If you guys want to go there and just stay up to date. Just with what's going on and everything. In terms of hey, Kashi. Cash, get down for a little bit. That you reform. Alright. Hi, Keshi. So I'm trying to get this link and pet my dog and text my fiance all at the same time. Alright, so in the description of the stream, I just now, if you refresh it, there is a link to the mod Discord. Just so you, if you guys want to stay up to date on the mod progress and everything, that is where you will find all that news. Alright. Alright, he's moving east, which is good to reinforce that. He needs to launch an attack. Let's make sure everything is being built. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll just be good for public order. And not that it's in any serious issues or in an issue, but... Hi, Cash. I think Cash is bored. And Dan, if Skaven Dan, if you're still here, this is my dog Cash. If I bring him in, hey buddy, he's been sleeping like for the last 3.5 hours, and he's been awake the last little bit here. Yeah, just need to get this growing. Hey buddy. Trying to think. I can't really. Nothing really needs built really quickly. Can retax. So I get almost like another grand. Just do high taxes. Like 6% is pretty freaking insane. So we'll just leave that for now. Good. Next turn that'll be up to tier 4. That's getting closer to tier 3. Yeah, I think that's everything. I hope they stay and fight here. I think they will. However, this is the army that just fled. Okay, he can't reach here, which is good. I'm worried about if I attack him, I won't be able to reach him again, and then... Because I cannot win against both of these armies. I don't think. It's just gonna... I'm just gonna run out of ammo. Is what I'm worried about.
Can I be of service?
If I come here and ambush, I won't be able to reinforce that because it's outside of that ambush range, or the settlement like range. Sorry. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Okay, good. He stayed. Oh, he's gonna die. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna fight this battle and then call it a stream there. We're just over 4 hours. It'll probably be like 4.5 by the time we get done. Because I do have some other videos that I want to work on for the mod and release it. But I mean, for the first live stream of it, I'm really happy with it. Weirdly enough, even though I'm feeling better, I don't know if I'm going to be approved to work tomorrow because I haven't got a confirmation from them whether or not I can go back. So if they don't get back to me today saying that I'm approved and like cleared to go back to work tomorrow, I don't have anything planned for tomorrow. So I know it's Monday where you guys will have to work, but I may not have to work. And if that's the case, I'll probably be streaming. Probably more of this, actually. But I'll let you guys know on my Discord, which is also in the live stream description. Unplugs phones. I know they couldn't talk. Yeah, I know, right? Like, hey, sorry, I just didn't get your message. You know. All right. That way we're behind here, like our line. I don't know if they'll come at me. It's also not like Divide and Conquer where if you guys are unfamiliar, you can in Divide and Conquer you can always essentially, if you want to, make the AI come and attack you. If you do like 3% damage to their forces, they'll just charge you because they think you're just going to keep shooting them. And obviously here, instead of charging at me, they just retreat because they're a bunch of cowards. So instead, we're just going to... Oh shit! That's what I mean, where they'll just turn around and start attacking you. Luckily, I only lost 5 units. Not a big deal, but should have been 0. But we can just keep peppering them. And, you know, killing units. Unfortunately, it's not like the newer games where they would like just be killed because they already retreated once. They get to keep retreating. But we'll be able to kill, what, 2 units off? Between this unit and the missile unit we shredded with my missile units.
This victory surely their work. Not that
I wonder if we will even heal any of them. We can double check. I got 1 back, so we'll be at 56. Yeah, it's all right. I'm really having fun though. I want to keep going, but I know if I keep going, I'm just gonna burn myself out.
Glorious victory! Horus, build tower.
There is another settlement here, I believe. It's just... See, if I come here... I don't think... I'm technically out of movement right there.
Forward.
Alright, so his last tile is right here.
My lord.
So if I go here and he attacks me, I can retreat once. Okay, that's interesting.
Sir. March, sir. March, binding troops. Orders.
Yeah, come east. You go west. Good. Recruit you and you. Alright, 2 turns. We'll have this army ready and we'll move west and take that settlement. Which, as of now, the person who would have emailed me, which they don't work on the weekends, but it's technically 5 o'clock their time. So, as of right now, I would bank on me not working tomorrow. So, I'll be streaming and at least uploading a video or 2 tomorrow. It'll probably... I don't know what faction it would be just yet, but it would be a Lord of the Rings mod, like the Lord of the Rings Total War. A faction and unit guide overview. Being sick and whatnot, I really fell behind on making those, so I do apologize, but I'm trying to get caught up, especially now that the game is released and open to you guys. So I'm going to try and do my best to get those out as quickly as possible. Yeah, it's fine to build. Build another archer unit there. I don't want any surprises down here. Because all of these settlements, like this one's fine, obviously, because I have a army right here. But anything else that's, you know, borderline outstretched, I don't want to take a chance on it. Even with Rohan there, I don't trust the AI. Tell you what I can do is put him in there. And retrain everybody. And get them all back to full health. I really wouldn't... After this, I think I recruit some more cavalry just so I can run some units down.
Sir, I shall speak with them at once.
Alright, pay me for it. I mean, money's money. Cool. Now they won't get pissy at me for going across their lands, which is good. And we, you know, even though we got 44,000 in our bank account here, no, money's money. If they're gonna pay me for something they're wanting to get, sure. Okay, so we can get there from where we're at. Just one more turn, right? Just one more turn. Let's see if anyone is streaming. Yeah, Rag is still streaming. Playing some Rome 2 today. Alright. What do I want to do? It's 3 o'clock my time in the afternoon. Okay.
Yes. My lord, moving.
Okay.
At your service. Moving.
It's growing fast enough. 5% is pretty good.
Yes, Stradago.
I know I can win this. I'm more worried if 17. Okay, so they actually, if I win here, and if they were to like get put into the settlement, they actually can't unless I kill off an entire unit. Because 17 and 4 obviously makes 21. So if I win there, but don't wipe out an entire unit, they would actually get, you know, they would just get placed out here in the open territory. Yeah, let's do it. Good. Yeah, we don't want that. It's just absolute garbage, but we need to fight it well. Welcome those who are popping in. Hope you'll stick around and enjoy some Lord of the Rings. I'm out of my coffee. Coffee's definitely helped me today. I've had 3 cups.
Take up the spear and shield.
Alright. Okay, so here's where they can cross. And it's the only place on the battle, like on the map here where they can. Oh, that's a lie. Maybe right here. I think it's only right here because it has like this little marker is kind of like the giveaway, like this is where they cross kind of thing. With that, you know, assuming I'm right, they do have missile units. Let's set up over here, see what they do.
Units, double dive. Units. Units. God push. Units. Make haste. Stand and fight. Come on.
Because they may just, you know, do what they have been doing and run away.
Units.
And that's their general too.
Units. Run. Units. Run. My lord. Go.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Waiting for orders. Cavalry.
Yeah, okay, I was right. So this is the only point that they can cross.
My lord.
Good.
Cavalry. Infantry. Units. Run.
Alright, you guys back up a little bit.
Units. Run.
We'll actually make 2 lines.
Units. 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 Run. Units.
Okay.
Cavalry.
And then you guys
On my order. Quickly.
come through. shooting into these guys because they don't have a shield, while these raider goblins do. So these guys will block more of our missiles than they will. Killed about 190 of them already. Are they retreating? No. I wonder. I'm curious to think and to know if I can just pop over one at a time. And if they charge at me, I just retreat. And... No way. Now, this is just funny. So I just want to move a little closer. So the closer you are, the more accurate you'll be. I don't know why they won't come and attack me. So between 3 units, we've done about 600 kills. And really, like, if we just do enough damage where they retreat, that's fine.
Go, go, go!
I just know if I send over all my forces, if I send over everything, that's when they're going to, like, come and attack me.
Move, move! Orders completed, Commander!
Alright, don't shoot him.
Quickly!
I know this is not exciting, but it's funny to me. So he killed over 100. At least.
Units! Units, run! Missiles! Units,
I said we got lots of ammo left.
quickly!
I've never, for the record, I've never seen the AI do this. So I don't know if this is a just like a fluke chance of happening. But I've never seen the AI do something like this. This is not normal behavior for this mod. Alright, shoot into... Don't do that. You seen the AI do it? Okay, then maybe it's like a roam thing and not something programmed within the mod.
Quickly! Orders complete! They're attacking us! Waiting for orders!
Good.
Attack! They're attacking us! Orders completed, Commander!
I feel like I'm playing Warhammer right now.
Missiles! Missiles!
So between 5 units, we've killed about 900. It's not terrible.
Missiles!
But welcome everyone to the stream. It's good to have you here. Thank you for being here. If you end up enjoying the stream today, I cannot, fingers crossed. Hope you'll subscribe to the channel today. I hope you'll stick around and come back for some more. Alright. I don't... Since they have archers, like... It's just not... It's not good uses of my ammunition. It's not like there's a balance of power in this game. You know, and like... where you do enough damage and they just quit. About 10 a pop. Nah, not quite 10 a pop. And we can easily run those guys down. So shoot these guys in the back. That's much better. Yeah, this is, in case you guys don't know, obviously there's the description, but this is the Lord of the Rings Total War mod for Rome Remastered. And we're playing as the Elves of Lothlorien. So this mod just became public today. I've been testing it for about 2 months now, and it's finally available to everyone on who owns Rome Remastered. It's very easy to download. Excuse me. I did release a video today on how to download it on Steam. It's really easy. So if you like Lord of the Rings and you want to test or play a different Lord of the Rings mod, I highly recommend it. It's very fun. Just under... So we're about half our ammo, and they got a little over half of their troops remaining. Okay. The problem is now I need to get to these units here. Like, I need to get to their infantry. Their missile units have nothing on us. I wonder if... Let's bring him back over here. I wonder if I charge into here, will it, like, trigger something? Or will they even start shooting me? Okay, they do. Their skirmish mode does work. But they're not firing at me. This is really weird. I've never seen the AI do this. Screw it. Let's just bring everyone over. Just leave these guys over here. If the AI, for some reason, try to traverse there, we'll just shoot them in their backs. Oh man, this is weird. Alright, well. If they're gonna do that. I wonder, will they reposition and swing? Depending on where I move him. Nope. Okay. Well, they will fight, at least. They don't just not attack me. You know, when I get in melee with them, at least. Yeah, not worth it. Stop. Okay. But if they're not going to use their missile units... Alright, half our ammo, and they've lost about half their troops. Not too bad. No, you need to stay over here. They're just letting me pick them off. I mean, I'm fine with it. It's just weird. Alright. Let's bring you up. I just want to see if they'll reposition some troops this way. Which they are repositioning, just not the way I thought they would. It's just really weird. And just shooting at that blob. Come over here, I guess. Where are they at? We've killed about 1,800 of them. Did it finally like trigger them? Huh. Alright, well. Alright, these don't have any shields. So come over here. They do. Shields are very valuable in the game. They really do a good job of missile blocking. Alright, now they're firing back. Yeah, as soon as they get in range of my other units, they retreat. Sorry, my stomach just burped. So if I just move everything and they don't have a choice. There it is. Finally. Good stuff. So, I mean, they could go into the settlement now, but the big thing is we decimated this enemy army with less than 30 casualties. Well, yeah. So, would have been nice if we didn't lose any units on these guys, but it's not the end of the world.
The gods be praised! The enemy's hearts are full of fear, and now they flee. Gods be praised! This victory surely their work. Not
And the good thing is we could potentially get another rank up in terms of command for the general. Nice. Yeah, each of them were right around 200, if not more, 200 kills. Good. Good.
Glorious victory! Yes, Strategos.
It actually might make sense just to stay there over the enter, because if they try and like pincer me, and we fight in the same situation, actually come over here, because if they do that, I don't want to be caught in the middle. And pop a save.
Leaving the army.
There's that army. That's also why we build walls. Alright.
Sir. Onward. Sir. Move out.
I gotta sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Okay.
My lord. Onward.
Alright, this settlement's safe now.
My lord.
Let's
My lord.
send you here, send you here.
Forward. Sir.
Plus, we gotta get the archers for this army anyway. Good. Ooh, cool. The sentries would be good. Just so we have another area where we can retrain them at. In terms of you, let's go with money. Let's get our economy rolling again. I mean, not that it's in a bad position, but all right.
Yes, Stradago.
So they're putting me in an awkward position. Because they can attack me here and I'll definitely lose that. And all of this progress will be gone.
Yes, Stradago.
Or I can kill 2 generals. In the hope that they, for some reason, would not attack me here. But I just don't see that happening.
Yes, Stradago.
So come here. If they attack it, we'll lift a siege next turn. And if they don't, well, then they didn't. But let's move on. I wonder if I can bribe them.
Be quick. Our patience is limited. If we may have a private word.
17,000 for him to go away.
Until next time.
I'll do that on like one of their bigger armies. Like these captains like if and when we get to the point in the campaign, obviously not today, but maybe tomorrow, if I stream it again and we get to the point where we can, reasonably take on Isengard and just bribe those armies away, that'd be funny. I know of a few testers that have done that in their campaigns, where they were just raking in the money, and so they just bribe the enemy armies and then attack the settlements with basically no garrisons.
Yes, Stradago.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a strong enough army now to go west. All right, you're good. You can just get the extra 0.5 growth and just grow you as fast as possible. Good. We're gonna get more money from our mines. Oh, and good. They came back this way. Yeah, they got probably 2 stacks between the two here. Two armies.
My lord, moving.
Alright. Come just go there and ambush stance for now and see what they do. Yeah, public order keeps going down here. I kind of figured it's squalor. So yeah, let's build the health building. It is technically a Galadrim unit, the Vanguards. Let's, they aren't armor piercing. The Lothlorien sentries are just better stats for fewer 80 to 61. It's such fewer entities. Like fewer entities, it's not that they're bad units. It just, if we get in a situation where we get overrun, 60 is a lot easier to overwhelm than 80. And I mean, that's almost 20 less entities firing an arrow. Cause what is their missile attack? 19. So it's the same missile attack for less entities. So yep. When we're not as stressed in terms of pressure, I'll build like a Galadrim army just for the lulz basically, and I'll have Haldir command it. But for now, I need to go with a little more strategic maneuvers, I think. Especially, how much more do they cost? So yeah, they cost me 80 more every turn. So you know, if 190, so yeah. So I mean, if I have 8, I mean that's what's 8 times 8, 60. So that's almost 1,000 more, like 640, which I would have more than 8 archers in the army. So I'm looking at an extra 1,000 I would be paying in upkeep just to have, you know, the Galadrim unit. For no extra damage. A little more range, I believe, if I look. 180. Nope. So the same range, same damage. It's just that the Galadrim Sentinels are a little better in melee. And they have 2 hit points. Yeah, it's just hard justifying getting these. Other than, you know, just to have a Galadrim-based army. And this guy's getting some good ranks up. He's ugly. Oh no, he's right here. Which they'll stay and fight me again, won't they? You'd think. Retrain you and actually give him another archer unit. Because obviously I can still beat that. But tell you what, I'm actually going to save it here and call it a stream. I already went to about 5 hours now, and I said I was going to be done, or I was thinking about wrapping it up an hour ago. So I do apologize for those who may have just hopped on. Let's go see if Rag is still Ragnarok anyway is still streaming, and he is. Just get to his stream here. He's playing Rome 2, so obviously it's a completely different game. But if you guys who are still here watching, if you want to go support another Total War like content creator, there's the link to Ragnarok's stream. And then also, if you enjoyed the stream and you want to be a part of my Discord, I do have my Discord link pinned to the live chat here as well. And just thank you for everyone that showed up today. Lily, hey, thank you, Lily, for being here. Skaven Dan, Anon, Eugene, and Jaden. Where's my TARDIS? I know you guys are fairly new to the channel and live stream, so thank you guys for popping in here. And Paul and Vacoma as well. And anybody else I may have missed, thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll probably be back tomorrow with another stream of this. I'll look at the analytics of it. I really had fun and really enjoyed it. and I think there's a lot more fun with this live stream and this campaign to be had. But I'll have another campaign and unit guide video out tomorrow. I don't know what faction yet, but I will decide that later on. But again, thank you all. Thank you for the support. If you're not already, leave a like, or haven't already and not subscribed, leave a like and subscribe, and I will see you guys probably again tomorrow. Have a good one.